Test 1, 2. Oh. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Check.
Test.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Anaheim Elementary School District February 23rd board meeting. I am ASD President Juan Gabriel Alvarez, and I call this meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in person and by means of live video broadcast on our Anaheim Elementary YouTube channel for members of the public. Para español puede conectarse por teléfono de la siguiente manera. Llame al 813-425-2085. Cuando se le pida, presiona el PIN o la clave 267-498-842 y la tecla numeral. Any member of the public has an opportunity to address the board in person during the agendized public comment session, or they may choose to submit their public comments in writing by 12 p.m. the day of the board meeting via an electronic form. Comments submitted online will be read during the appropriate agendized public comment section. Let's begin with the roll call. Board Member Mark A. Lopez.
Good evening. Present. Thank you.
Board Member Dr. Paulo Nogales.
Here.
Board Member Ryan A. Reales.
Present.
Board Clerk Jackie Philbeck.
Present.
I am also present. Okay. Okay, let's move on to item 1B, public speakers for closed session agenda items. There are no public speakers for closed session agenda items that were received as of 12 p.m. today. Item 2, adjournment to closed session. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. Let's move on to closed session.
Public. Hello. Hello. Yes, it's me. Hello. Hello? Public comment submitted by Cheryl A. Ball.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Anaheim Elementary School District February 23rd Board Meeting. I am AESD Board President Juan Gabriel Alvarez. I call this meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in person and by means of live video broadcast on our Anaheim Elementary YouTube channel for members of the public. Spanish interpretation of the board meeting is available to attendees. Para español puede conectarse por teléfono de la siguiente manera. Llame al 813-425-2085. Cuando se le pida, presione el PIN o la clave 267-498-842 y la tecla numeral. Let's begin with our flag salute. Dr. Downing, will you help us?
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Downing. Let's move on to introductions and roll call. To my left, I have Board Member Mark A. Lopez.
Good evening, present.
Then we have Dr. Paulo McCullis.
Hey, everyone, welcome.
Board Member Ryan A. Ruelas. Board Clerk Jackie Philbeck.
Good evening, everyone.
And Board President Juan Alvarez. To my left, I have Dr. Christopher Downing, our Superintendent.
Good evening, everyone.
Dr. Mary Grace, our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services.
Hello, everybody.
Dina Mellon, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening.
Jesse Chavarria, our Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services.
Good evening, everyone.
And to my right, I have Senior Director of School and Safety Operations, Tracy Golden.
Good evening, everyone.
Iris Camacho, Senior Administrative Assistant.
Hello, everybody.
Toward the back, we have Mary Madrigal and Alina Avila Roque, our interpreters. And then in the room at the back as well, we have Janice Cato, our Technology Support Technician. And then Brian Brooks and Daryl Hutchison are in the back in the media area, our Media Service Supervisor and our Media Production Specialist. Okay, moving on to item 3C, report of closed session action items taken. There are none. Okay, item 3D, adoption of our agenda. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the agenda? Okay, all in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. All right, let's move on to special order of business. It is recommended that the Board of Education declare a public hearing for the purpose of receiving public comments on the request for material revisions to Palm Lane Charter petition. The public hearing on Palm Lane Charter School's request for material revision of its charter. Pursuant to the Charter Schools Act of 1992, the governing board of Anaheim Elementary School District is required to review and authorize requests for material revisions to charter petitions for charter schools in which it serves as the chartering authority. The district governing board approved the charter for Palm Lane Charter School in 2018 for a 5-year term, which was extended by law for a 2-year term through and including June 30th, 2025. On February 15th, Palm Lane delivered to the district office a charter petition requesting material revisions to its current charter. Pursuant to the Charter Schools Act, material revisions to the charter school to a charter school's charter are governed by the standards and criteria applicable to initial requests for a charter. And at the time of any material revisions to a charter, the revised charter must include a reasonably comprehensive description of any requirements applicable to charter schools that were enacted into law after the charter was most recently granted, renewed, or revised. The timeline for the school district's for the district board's consideration of and action on the request for material revision started with the submission on February 15th, 2022. The district governing board is required to hold a public hearing within 60 days of receiving the petition and then take action on the request within 90 days, unless the parties agree to extend the timeline to 120 days. Tonight, the district board will conduct a public hearing on the provisions of the revised charter and consider the level of support for the material revisions to the charter. The primary purpose of the request is to change the governance structure of the charter and allow Vista Public Schools, Inc. to operate and govern Palm Lane. At the public hearing, the focus generally is on the gathering of input from the public, specifically including district teachers and other employees and parents regarding the purpose revisions and any presentation that the petitioners may choose to make regarding the requested material revisions. No action will be taken tonight. At this time, it is anticipated that the district board's decision on Palm Lane's request to revise its charter will be made at the April 27th, 2022 board meeting. Tonight's meeting will proceed as follows. First, the board will open a public hearing. Second, Palm Lane will be given 20 minutes to make a presentation to the board. Third, upon the conclusion of Palm Lane's presentation, the board president will take public comments on this item. The total time for comments from each participant will be limited to 3 minutes. The total time allotted for all public comments on this matter will be 30 minutes. Fourth, board members may ask clarifying questions to the district staff and Palm Lane representatives. The public hearing will then be closed. Again, no action will be taken tonight. At this time, I am opening the public hearing on Palm Lane's request for material revisions to its charter. I invite Palm Lane to make a presentation on behalf of Palm Lane and the request for the material revision. Let's please start by identifying who's here speaking on behalf of Palm Lane. You're welcome to come up to the podium and the mic.
First, you're going to be very happy because we understood it was 15 minutes. So we came in under that, so you're going to be happy with the time of the presentation. But good evening. My name is Don Wilson, and good evening, President Alvarez, and to the Honorable Board. It's a pleasure and it's a privilege to stand before you and before people that I actually know. I think it's important that you know who we are from Vista, who I am, who the leadership is, and what we offer. Tonight, we are here with a material revision, asking you to consider us as the governing entity that will help Palm Lane manage Palm Lane. So again, my name is Don Wilson. I'm superintendent. I come with a lot of years of experience, 33 years to be exact. My heart is in teaching. I taught for 17 years. I'm fully bilingual, hablo español perfectamente, así que los padres me pueden hablar directamente en el idioma que ellos quieran. Entiendo perfectamente también. I've continued my education with a master's degree and a doctorate, board certified, nationally board certified teacher as well, and second languages. And I think what's important also to know, I was a principal at one of the top schools in California for 6 years, Wonderland Avenue Elementary. From there, I went on to be a director of instruction for LAUSD and ISIC, the Intensive Support and Innovation Center. And then I went on to be a director for linked learning also at Los Angeles Unified. It was at that time that I finished my doctorate and I ended up leaving, and through a series of, I would say, miraculous events, ended up as the superintendent for Vista Charter Public Schools. I think it's also something I'd love to share with you is that I had the privilege of working with Dr. Downing before the turn of the century, which does make me feel very, very old to say it that way. But we had an opportunity to work together, and I got to know his family, and he and his family were influential in my own growth as an educator. I also think it's important to understand that I have a foot in the traditional world of education as well as the charter. And I think it makes me a unique person to be able to cross the aisle, so to speak, and to work closely with the district, with Palm Lane, and with our organization. I'd like to introduce Dr. Felch.
And hopefully this is working. Next slide, please. You can actually skip 2 slides. So good evening, Honorable Board, Superintendent Downing. Like Dr. Wilson, I started my career as a teacher in Los Angeles Unified, and I still consider myself a teacher at heart to this day. I was fortunate enough to experience considerable success as a teacher, including being highlighted in a deeper learning documentary film and being nominated and named a Los Angeles Teacher of the Year. It was at that point when I was able to meet Dr. Wilson and connect with him for the first time. Soon after that, I began working in LAUSD's Intensive Support and Innovation Center as a math instructional coach, and I was supporting 28 schools in Los Angeles. Following that, I became an assistant principal in LAUSD's Local District South under Dr. Downing's leadership. And still to this day, I distinctly remember Dr. Downing's unwavering focus on serving parents and the community, which has had a profound effect on me as an educational leader to this day. At that time, Dr. Wilson and I reconnected, and that is when I became principal of Vista in Orange County. 5 years later, we have successfully developed a comprehensive instructional program and an environment at Vista that is beloved by students, teachers, parents, and the community. Perfect. Vista Charter Public Schools opened in 2010 with its flagship school in Los Angeles, and we opened our first school in Orange County in 2015. Currently, Vista has 5 schools in Los Angeles and Orange County. Our charters have been successfully renewed 3 times and have received extremely positive charter oversight visits every single year. Each of our secondary schools are WASC accredited and are viewed as model schools in the International Study Schools Network.
I think it's also important to tell you who we are not. We are not a traditional CMO structure. Vista Charter Schools is a group of separate LEAs that share the same mission and vision, but they retain financial autonomy from Vista Charter Public Schools and from each other. Vista Charter Public Schools, we do not have our own budget. We do not take a percentage from each school, but we provide oversight and management support for each individual LEA. The shared support services that our schools receive of superintendent, assistant superintendent now, technology, special education, professional development, legal support, and financial are shared by each LEA per ADA. That way, each school only pays the portion that is fair for their school. Each LEA's principal is also in an innovative structure. Each principal is a member of the executive leadership team, and it has an equal voice for all major decisions affecting their organization and the organization at large. Each LEA also has the flexibility to address the local community needs that are particular to their school and to their environment. This is important because we want you to know that this structure allows Palm Lane to continue as a local community-based school that can be responsive to the stakeholders' needs and to their desires, and not to a corporate structure. However, our structure also allows us to work together among all of our schools on a shared vision and mission for student academic success, social and emotional support, STEAM focus to help our students have the skills for the 21st century, and also using our knowledge to make a difference in the world. All of these are shared mission and vision that we have with Palm Lane already. Oops. I think we skipped one. There we go. We feel like the question must come up, why Palm Lane and why Vista? And we want to tell you just briefly the history of how this came to be. We were initially approached by Palm Lane to support them after their principal suddenly resigned. And we have been working and supporting them through this transition. I'm actually at Palm Lane 3 days a week, plus our special ed director, our technology director, our psychologist, and Dr. Felch all take turns making sure that the school has somebody there during this transition and while we search for the proper principal for the school. One of our first realizations was that Palm Lane community had received zero support from the Century Charter organization that was integral to the submission of the original charter. Running a school, as everybody here knows, is incredibly difficult. But without any experience or any support, I would say that it's nearly impossible to be successful. Sitting in the Palm Lane principal chair, it was easy to see why people consider it such a special community. In fact, I was telling Dr. Grace, it's been a while since I sat as a principal, but I have to tell you that I have, every day that I sit there, I remember how much I loved sitting in that chair and being connected to people in that special way and to the children. So we knew, I know, that with proper support, Palm Lane can actually achieve the goal that it set out to achieve. And that's why we're here today, to give them that opportunity and to provide that support. Of course, this led to us talking to the board. It led us talking to meetings with the teachers. We had multiple meetings with parents. We did it both in English and in Spanish. Didn't need a translator. I spoke directly with the parents. And of course, we've reached out to Anaheim Unified and to Dr. Downing and to Dr. Grace. So the remainder of our time today is we'd like to just explain to you what kinds of supports and services we have to offer and how we will help you, Anaheim, as well as Palm Lane, have the kind of relationship and the school that everyone desires them to have. I don't know that our governance is a little bit different. We have a board. Our board has a 12-year history of service with some of our members that have served since the beginning. We have 12 years of stellar evaluations for our governance from Los Angeles Unified School District. We also have 7 years of stellar reviews for our governance from the Orange County Department of Education. We've had 100% compliance with the Brown Act without any violations. And the VISTA board, and I know this is important for you, the VISTA board has already pledged a minimum of 2 additional seats for members of the Palm Lane community to ensure that their voice is heard and that they have a part of our governing structure. As far as leadership goes, we also have a superintendent. I now, in the last 2 months, have an assistant superintendent, which is amazing. We have, again, I mentioned our unique method of using our principals as our executive leadership team. So each Monday we sit in weekly meetings and our principals meet and we discuss all of the issues of the district. Why this is important is that the principal is the person who is really the one who knows what's going on in the community, the one who has to make a lot of the hard decisions. And so we want to make sure that each principal has a voice and has an opportunity and a vote to make sure that their needs and their community needs are met. Also, each school has an instructional leadership team, which provides teachers a voice and the leadership opportunities to make sure that they also have a voice and a say in what their community, about their community. And of course, we also, like the district, like Anaheim, we have school site councils, ELACs, PTOs, and they're all integral because that gives our parents a voice and a way to make sure that they can have their voice heard and make sure that their desires are met as well.
We're extremely proud of having successful fiscal reviews by our authorizers and successful independent audits every single year over the past 12 years. And we use Icon School Management as our back office provider, who provides monthly financial updates to our board and meets with each of our principals on a weekly basis. Icon also provides support with HR, compliance monitoring, grant writing, and with our LCAPs and more. Our fiscal responsibility has already paid dividends with our support with Palm Lane over the past month and a half. In that short time frame, we've helped increase services while simultaneously increased their projected fund balance by $150,000 to a healthy 3% threshold. For example, we've increased mental health services through additional counseling and an in-house school psychologist. And for the projected budget for next year, we plan to be able to add a full-time music teacher, a PE teacher, and a STEAM teacher to enhance Palm Lane's instructional programs.
So currently what we've noticed at Palm Lane is that they have done an incredible job with not having the support that they deserve. The teachers are incredibly hardworking, but they are still in silos in many ways because they haven't had the opportunity to have the support from outside. This is a major area for us to be able to support Palm Lane. As a member of the executive leadership team, the Palm Lane principal will be part of a team with years of VISTA experience. VISTA leadership is stable and it's dedicated. with between 3 and 12 years of Vista experience, most of them with more than 6 years. Our leaders and our teachers are happy, and they make Vista their long-term home. Our weekly meetings with the entire executive team, it addresses leadership development, the needs for each school community, as well as the larger organization. The weekly school visits are from myself. I visit every single school each week. I walk the classrooms with the principal. We do coaching sessions, and then I answer any pressing questions that they might have. Change management training is also something that we give all of our principals, which helps support implementation of initiative implementation as well as programmatic stability. We feel that this is one of the great supports that we can offer for the principal of Palm Lane to really make sure that the next principal has everything that they need to be successful. We also will we have a long-term data specialist that's been with Vista for 12 years, and he supports in CalPads, Power School, Federal Nutrition Program, calendars, and much, much more. So the principal at Palm Lane will have access to all of that and that support daily. Even today, we saw our data specialist with Lisette working with her and making sure that things were done right and helping her out. We have a director of special education and pupil services who supports with compliance and is a liaison with all of the SELPAs. She also attends meetings, she attends IEPs, and makes sure that we're in compliance. So far, we have had almost nearly 100% compliance continuous for the last 6 years. We also have a director of technology that supports the websites, our cybersecurity, the cyber safety for our children, and the needs of teachers, daily needs of teachers and students. In addition, we have the legal services that we contract with so that a principal can pick up the phone and talk to legal at any given time, given the support that they might need.
Professional development is paramount at Vista. Our teachers often say they've never received the same amount of professional development training and support ever in their career than they have at Vista. Palm Lane has such strong alignment with Vista's signature practices already, which will allow our teachers the highest quality professional development in Readers and Writers Workshop, which is already one of the signature practices of Palm Lane. And speaking of signature practices, Palm Lane's STEAM program will be supported and enhanced through our close partnership with Project Lead the Way. And finally, Palm Lane's commitment to PBIS will be elevated through our transformative social emotional learning practices of Way of Counsel and Kagan cooperative learning structures. And these practices have made a huge difference at Vista already, and they will continue to do so at Palm Lane.
The Palm Lane community has been through a lot in the last few years. It is a community of wonderful families and incredible children. They have a vision to have a community-based school, one where they can walk hand in hand with their children to school every morning, much like I did more than 50 years ago. As I mentioned, I worked with Dr. Downing, and I know his passion for student success and for community. I also know that you have the same passion, or you wouldn't be here today. I also share that vision, and I've worked for 33 years with all of my heart to help students get the education they deserve so they can access the American dream. So if you ask me, we're actually in the perfect place. We all share the same vision. We all share the same mission for our students. And I believe that we can make great partners between Palm Lane, Anaheim Unified, and Vista in achieving that goal. I want to thank you for your time tonight. And on behalf of the parents of Palm Lane, I want to thank you for your consideration of this material revision. I have a feeling we came in way under 20.
Thank you so much. At this moment, we'll move on to questions from the board. Any questions from the board? We'll start with Board Member Lopez.
Thank you very much. Just one question. You had mentioned something about having parents on the board. I'm wondering, is that typical for your board? Do you have other parents from other school sites also on the board, or would this be a first for having Palm Lane parents?
It's so funny, I was looking at the wrong person because of masks on, you know. No, it's not the first. So we have had parents, we have a parent that was from the middle school in Los Angeles. We have not had a parent from our Orange County yet, but that Becky Gomez on the Orange County Board of, she has been a big supporter of making sure that family member or that parents are on the board. So so this will give us three members from the board. But our board consists of one person who was a principal for many years as also a lawyer. So that's a great person. We have another person that was a expert in special ed from LAUSD for 40 years. She sits on the board, so she provides that kind of oversight for special ed. And then we have a facilities person that also sits on the board. So we have a really large variety of people. Mimi Kim, she's an entrepreneur from the Korean community, and we also have a school in Koreatown. So we have a variety of people with services. What we don't have is a corporate board that you sometimes see in the charter world. We really tried to make sure that our board was comprised of people who understand education, love education, and are there for that reason.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? And if I may ask, so I'm assuming they all live in Los Angeles area?
So right now, yes, but the board we're actually, because of our growth in Orange County, that is changing.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. President, I did have another question, and it's a pretty simple question, straight up question. I am a trustee in that area. I went to Ball Junior High. I went to Loera High School. Was a teacher for 15 years. That's my neighborhood. That's where my homies and their kids go to school. And the question I have, Dr. Wilson and Dr. Felch, is, and I like that you did share that you're not a corporate structure, not a corporate model. You're local, community-based school, culturally relevant pedagogy, or community responsive pedagogy. Now, the answer I would like is not a quantitative one. I know you have your doctorates, you're in research. My question comes from a qualitative one. And thank you for going to our sites. My question is, and you said you've gone there sometimes 3 times a week.
I go Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday each week.
And Dr. Felch, have you been there as well?
Absolutely. I'm there at least once or twice a week.
So what have you learned about that community?
That's a great question, and thank you for asking that. When you go to a new community, you also bring your assumptions about a community. I have followed Palm Lane and the progress of Palm Lane for a variety of reasons. One was that Vista Charter Public School, before I was a part of it, I was on the board, actually considered Palm Lane and approaching and becoming that entity and offering the charter for that. It didn't happen. There's reasons that you all know went for many years. Later on, when the Palm Lane also reached out and they were asking for another charter, another opportunity, I actually I'll get to I promise I'm going to answer your question too. This is my roundabout way. This is why we usually take 40 minutes. So we looked at Palm Lane again and we said, what we have right now, we're not ready to offer them the support that we think that a new charter would need, because we were doing it ourselves with an elementary. So I've had my eye on Palm Lane for a while. Palm Lane, what I do know about Palm Lane after having been there, is that this is a passionate parent base with people who are so involved in their children's lives and are seeking to have the best opportunity for their children. I have also realized that this is a community. This is a community of people who, they're not connected to just education at large. They're very connected to Palm Lane and to that area. The activity that we've seen when the parents have come in has been incredible. I don't presume to be Latino, and I think that's obvious. But what I can say is that I've lived in Chile for multiple years. I lived in Mexico off and on for over 6 years. And I worked in Latino neighborhoods for almost my entire career. In fact, my son is Salvadorian. So I do have a deep, abiding love for the Latino culture, for their love of family, for their deep connection to community, and that has all been reinforced at Palm Lane. The teachers at Palm Lane also We have some of the teachers are new, but some of the teachers have been there from the beginning. Again, that Palm Lane community, they are connected to those students, and they're connected to their families. The families love their teachers. We have heard this over and over again. The first question they asked us, you're not going to change the teachers, are you? I'm sorry, is that better? Or can you hear me otherwise? But they are connected to that teacher and to this community. So this has become very important, and I think that's one of the reasons why we felt that our structure would benefit Palm Lane, because we are community-based. Each school has a voice, each school has autonomy, each school runs their budget with the additional supports that we can provide. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
And I can add to that. I can say exactly the same thing. The first word that came to my mind when you asked that question was passion. Exactly the same thing. And I'd be remiss if we did not speak about the parents first. The parents are some of the most passionate parents that I have ever met at any school. And they really get behind their children's education, which is why we fell in love with that school so quickly. This is not really about Vista. It's about Palm Lane, and it's about the community of Palm Lane. And the teachers are also, in addition to being passionate, they're craving support, they're craving structure, and they have extraordinary potential, and that school has extraordinary untapped potential, and this is why we see it as a great opportunity for the community and for these students.
I'm going to answer for him too. One of the things that Dr. Felch said to me early on, he said, you know, this is before COVID. He went and he actually attended some of the Palm Lane's events, some of their family events, and he came back and he reminded me of that conversation a couple of months ago. He came back and said, I've never seen such an involved community of parents and families. It felt like they were connected, and it felt like a family. And that's, he told me that a while ago, but then reminded me of that conversation when we started looking into Palm Lane again.
Hello. I have a few questions, piggybacking off of Dr. McAuliffe when he asked you what you learned about the community. I'm curious about what you think the biggest benefit would be bringing your structure to that school, or what have you identified, or maybe you haven't, but what would you focus on first? What is the most in need for the students? What have you identified? What would your structure bring, and what would you want to focus on first?
Thank you. What we've already focused on is what we would focus on first, which is the social and emotional needs of the students. Coming off of COVID, there's been a lot of trauma, and our students coming back have had a lot of adjustment, and that's not just for Palm Lane, that's for all of our schools. One of the things that we immediately did was we were able to bring in additional counseling for 3 days a week. We were able to, and that was needed. We saw that right away. The teachers were crying out for it. The students, I'm going to be honest, I do sometimes call the students Stepford students, because as I walk around, those students are some of the best behaved, most polite, kindest students I've ever encountered. But they are still students of trauma, and we've seen it with suicidal ideation and those kinds of things. So that's the first thing we did. In addition to bringing in an additional 3 days of counseling, we were able to bring in our psychologists. We have in-house psychologists on both in LA and in Orange County. So we brought her in, and so she's been working closely with their team as well. In addition, for intervention, we've already connected their intervention, Palm Lane's intervention teacher has visited our schools, has met with our intervention teachers, and is now ordering Fontes and Pinnell intervention, which goes closely with Lucy Calkins' Readers and Writers Workshop, and something that we can support and give professional development in. So I think the first part of that question is what would we do first? We all know that you cannot learn if your social and emotional needs have not been met. If you don't feel safe, if you don't feel secure, If you don't know, I mean, our kids today they're terrified of, you know, see somebody without a mask, they're like, am I gonna die? There's so much going on right now. So making sure that that's taken care of was our first. The second thing that we will focus on, and I think this is gonna be a three-pronged way, is it's still social emotional. I've already done professional development with Way of Counsel, with the teachers. I've brought them in, taught them what that means. For you to know, Way of Counsel is the foundation for restorative justice. Restorative justice is a buzzword in education, but it's also a beautiful practice when done right. Unfortunately, so many times what happens is that two kids get into an argument or there's a conflict between adults, it doesn't matter what it is. And then we sit them down in a circle and we say, we want you to speak from the heart and listen from the heart and tell your story when they've never had that experience before. In our Way of Counsel program, we start restorative justice from TK on. Our kids sit in circle, and we teach them the skills on how to speak from the heart, how to listen from the heart, and how to see perspectives other than their own, so that when there are conflicts, they have the skills to be able to deal with that. So that is something that we started already with Palm Lane. Also, cooperative structures. We use Kagan cooperative structures in all of our schools. It's not just something that we say. We actually, if you were to walk into any of our classrooms for any time longer than 10 minutes, you would see at least one and maybe two structures. And we'd love to have you visit our schools. That would be great. These structures, not only do they teach kids to be cooperative, they give kids a voice in the classroom, but they also allow our students to learn skills on how to work with others. So that's an important skill, so we would focus on that. And then the next thing, and again, these are somewhat simultaneous, but we were ecstatic when I walked into the principal's office the first day and saw Lucy Calkins' Readers and Writers Workshop all on her shelf and found out that the teachers had just started on that journey. This is a majorly signature practice for us. We've been implementing it for many years. And I would say we have a lot of skill at that. Their teachers are going to be able to visit our classrooms, see it in action, but we also have incredible professional development that they'll get and coaching that they'll get. So reading and writing, social emotional, cooperative skills, and then those skills, and not skills, but then also the supports for that emotional state. So those are the things that we've identified. We've been busy. I will tell you, we've been busy. A lot of thought has gone into this, and then finally, financial. We have scoured over that budget to see, nobody's fault, honestly, nobody's fault, but when you have a principal that doesn't have anybody to turn to, that doesn't have colleagues to turn to, that doesn't have that kind of support, the budget was not awful, but we were immediately able to look at it and say, we can put this much money in to make sure we get that 3%. We can make sure that they get their teachers full-time music and art and PE right away. So those are the things that we focused on so far, and I think that's where is really what will be of benefit to the school.
Thank you. This question I'm going to split into three parts, and hoping that you can be very specific with your answers. As you know, you're required to have a student population that is reflective of the district. So how do you plan to recruit special education, EL, and the racial and other populations that are representative of the district?
So all of these are near and dear to my heart. I was a AP in charge of special education. As you know, I have most of my background is in second language acquisition and second language learning. My own son, when I got him, did not speak English, and so I walked that journey as well. So it's a personal journey for me. We will specifically, first of all, the special ed population is already reflective of the district. I believe they are at 11% currently. 11%, could be 13. We actively recruit. We have an incredible special ed program at all of our schools. It's inclusive. one thing we're very proud of is that when parents walk in or people walk into our schools, they say, where's all your special ed kids? And we say, well, in that class, there were 4, and in that class, there were 6, and in that class, there were so many, and did you see there were 3 adults in there, and did you see, I said, our goal is that nobody knows where the special education children are getting their services and supports, but that they're in there. So we actively welcome special education, and we have a strong special education program and a director of special education that does that. When it comes to the Latino families, this is a Latino neighborhood. Habla español. All of our communication will be in English and in Spanish. We will have the website that will be up for the families in the neighborhood. We have already started making videos of the area of Palm Lane, and those are in Spanish and English to make sure that people know that everybody is welcome, regardless of where they are, where they come from, or what language they speak. That was 2. Was there a third one?
No, that was 1.
Okay, thank you.
That was 1. Does anybody need to tag on? Okay. And then, so how are you going to monitor those efforts to make sure that you remain in a compliance mode? How are you going to monitor that?
So we have incredible monitoring already. So that's one of the things that we feel that we're offering. We meet weekly as an executive team. We are looking at data. Our special education, we've never been out of compliance in 12 years. I think that actually speaks for itself. We're in 2 different SELPAs. We're in El Dorado SELPA, and we're also in the Los Angeles Unified SELPA. We've received multiple grants from both SELPAs for our work and recognition. We've been recognized in Orange County Department of Education for our work. So the oversight is incredible. In addition, we will have an oversight visit yearly from Anaheim, in which you guys will have an opportunity to follow up, and the district office will be able to follow up and monitor all of that. Financially, we have, our monitoring is very, very deep and clear. Our board gets a report each month for each school. You can watch any of the videos and watch our financial reports so that is also clear. When it comes to ELD, we will do the same LPACs. We do LPAC testing. In addition, we'll make sure that our students are learning, that they are progressing through their ELL levels. That tells you how old I am. I still call it ELD. But we have strong monitoring programs, and all of our schools have received the highest marks from LAUSD and Orange County each year, which is a testament to our ability to monitor that.
And specific to the oversight visits, because I've gone through a number of those, we look at the demographic data, the enrollment data compared to the local district, and make sure that the enrollment data is reflective of the local district every single year for oversight. And in addition, we look at reclassification rates. So are we serving our ELs, and are they progressing through the levels? And then in addition, for our students with special needs, we track the percentage of students who are meeting their IEP goals, because we also want to make sure that the students are being supportive and effectively supported.
Okay, so then the third part was, and I believe you probably answered this, is are your current schools in Orange County and LA in compliance with these legal requirements? Are all of them in compliance?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my last question is, as you mentioned, bringing on a full-time music teacher. So what do your music programs look like at your other schools? What does it look like? Do they include instruments? Do you have orchestras? What does your music program and your, say, performance arts programs look like in your other
Great.
schools?
That's a great question. You're talking to Principal of the Year from the California Music Teachers Association. The arts is something that is very, very dear to me. I play banjo, I play guitar, I play piano. So it's a passion as well. I believe that the arts are perhaps the most important part of STEAM. So what would you find? Each of our programs is a little distinct depending on the school and the neighborhood. In Orange County, we have Ms. Gallardi. We have guitars, we have pianos, we have, of course, not flutes, recorders for the youngest, although we called them COVID dispensers, so we had to get rid of those for a little while. We would invite you to look online. We have multiple programs. Our kids are singing. Our kids are playing piano. Our kids are playing guitar in Orange County. In Los Angeles, at the middle school, we have a more extensive orchestra program with a full-time music teacher, with an orchestra program, as well as a choir program. And again, you can see our programs online. We do live streaming for all of our shows. And then at the elementary school in Los Angeles, our principal there is ORF trained, and so our music instruction there is also ORF. We have glockophones, yeah, and all of the different kinds of ORF instruments. So that one's a slightly different approach, but it's one that I'm very familiar with at Wonderland Avenue. We had one of the premier ORF music programs, and so we are replicating that in Koreatown.
Do you support any groups such as like mariachi and or folklorio?
Absolutely.
Dancing, any groups
Ms.
that
Gallardi is
related to the community?
Yes, Ms. Gallardi, our music teacher in Santa Ana. She is actually Cubana, and so she brings a Latin sensibility, and she definitely makes sure that the Latino culture is represented in those music programs. Currently, I'm also working with the Los Angeles Opera, which may not sound very culturally responsive, but Los Angeles Opera, the Colburn School of Music, creating what will be the first ever choir program that's going to be based on European music education, where it's believed that kids may not be able to play violin right away, in the first couple of weeks, but that with their voice, they can start to make beautiful music right away, and that gets them in. So that's a current project that we're working on, and hopefully will be funded with music teachers from the Colburn School of Music in the near future.
Okay, well, I've grilled you enough, so thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Board members, any other questions? Okay, I have a couple of questions. You said, and I quote, that you would support a local community-based school in Palm Lane. And so my question to you is, how do you plan to gather input on realizing what that local community would be and what kind of school that community would become? So what's your process for gathering input from the community?
So we've already started that. Like I said, we've met with parents, and we will continue to meet with our parents. As you can see, our parents are incredibly active. We have just a small group here tonight, but that is just the tip of the iceberg at Palm Lane for active parents. We'll continue to meet with parents. But I think also importantly is who we are able to find as a principal. Because while we will be an incredible support, and we bring great supports to the community and the compliance aspects and professional development, it's really going to be the principal who will be the person with boots on the ground, who will get to connect on a daily basis with the community. So we will support the principal in making sure that he or she has the ability to meet with parents continually, coffee with the principal, meetings with the principal. Now with Zoom being one of the greatest things to come out of the pandemic, it used to be very difficult to get parents to be able to come out to a meeting because they were working or the time. And with Zoom, we're finding that we can get 100 or 150 parents in a meeting at one time and have their voices heard. So that's one. The other way is with the teachers, because the teachers are also integral. And I can give you an example. The teachers came to me today and said, we heard that you can take your masks off now outside. And I said, yes, that's true. And they said, oh, can we do it? And I said, of course I support, that's the current recommendations. I said, but let's do something. Let's get together tomorrow. Let's bring all the teachers together, and let's let each teacher let them tell us how they feel. I said, because while some people may feel incredibly comfortable doing that, we have others that are pregnant, we have others that may have people that are at home that don't feel. I said, we need to hear their voice, get their input, and if this is something we're going to do as a community, then we need to be able to be sensitive to those who might have special needs. I think that approach, that kind of approach, which is not top down, but says, Let's really look at people's needs, their desires, their fears, and approaching the teachers that way, approaching the parents that way, and approaching the students that way will ultimately help them become a community even stronger than they are today.
Sure. I was hoping that you might elaborate a little bit. For example, something like a coffee with the principal. I would say from my experience, the majority of parents can't attend events like that. So are there any outside of the box activities that you have come up with? Everything you've said I've heard before. Anything that you can think of that makes you stand out as an organization where you've tapped into the community to get actual input from parents?
Do you want to answer that?
Yeah.
I'm going to, let's let the principal, by the way, Colin has been the principal for the last 5 years, and it's only in the last 2 months that he's become a assistant superintendent. So boots on the ground for this.
So in addition to coffee with the principal, first of all, I haven't held coffee with the principal. First of all, I don't like coffee. But second, we do pozole with the principal, or enchiladas with the principal, or tamales with the principal, because we want it to be culturally responsive. But in addition to that, because we also know that a number of the parents are not able to make it for one reason or another during that specific time, we've also held parent meetings, and I used to call it dinner with Dr. Felch, later in the evening. And that was via Zoom, so that way parents could Zoom in later in the evening and get the same information. We have also, and I've actually started talking with some of the Palm Lane teachers about doing a STEAM night and getting the community together to celebrate the things that Palm Lane is doing, but also bring in other vendors to really support the community related to Palm Lane's vision. And so those are a number of things to bring the community in that are not just specific to your traditional school site council or coffee with the principal, but getting parents on committees and clubs and putting together an active parent-teacher organization. Those are things that we've done at Vista in Orange County and have already started talking with teachers and staff at Palm Lane about doing.
By having him talk, it gives me a chance to think. So I'm not having to think on my feet. We also have in Los Angeles, we have community organizers that we work with that come in, and not only are they helping parents navigate education, they're also helping them become advocates for their own community, teaching them, how to get a crosswalk put in, how to get a light put in, how to advocate in both for your school and for your city. So that's another way we do it. We also have a very active Facebook family, and if you were to go onto our Facebook, you would see that the families are incredibly active in social media as well.
Thank you. I'm going back to the social emotional piece that we kind of alluded to before. You did mention, you answered some of my questions about what you offer, but I want to get some insight on, because you're an organization that oversees multiple schools, do you only have like one counselor, one psychologist? What's the breakdown of the numbers between student to professional ratio, if you can explain that?
So one of the benefits of our financial structure and not having a CMO that takes a percentage off the top is that all of the budget, or the majority of the budget, stays on the campus. So what we do is once a school reaches a certain level of students, we make sure that they keep getting all the resources there. So our middle school has a psychologist on site, has a counselor on site, has 3 to 5, I don't know how many counselors come in each week, but multiple counselors that are there each week that we work with. Our school in Los Angeles is our elementary school. It started right before COVID, so it's a much smaller school, doesn't have the financial resources. So currently they're sharing their resources with the middle school. So the counselors come over there as well. The psychologist works over there as well. But the goal will be once they reach about 220, 240, then they would have their own psychologist there. In Orange County, we have a psychologist, we have a counselor. We also work with multiple interns and counselors, so we have that as well. And then the same thing, we've already seen the budget for Palm Lane. They're already at a place where they can have that themselves. So while they're building up their school, they have the support, and then we believe that they have enough, the budget will support that at their school as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Any
Um,
other concerns or questions?
I noticed that a lot of your schools, except for one middle school in LA, is called something Global Academy, and I know you had intentions of also changing the name of Palm Lane to Global Academy, but why Global Academy? Why particular, what within the pedagogy and curriculum designates your sites as global academies?
That's a great question, and thank you for answering it. The reason why Los Angeles does not have that as a name yet is because that was the flagship school, and that will be a material revision to go back and change. But they will also become a global academy, as will any future school. Our goal has always been to have a K-12 system in LA, so when we have a high school there as well, that will become a global academy, legacy global academy, to be clear. We are all part of the ISSN, the International Study School Network. The ISSN is similar to what a lot of people know of as the International Baccalaureate Program, but not as prescriptive as that. It allows for a lot wider application. There are 4 basic tenets of a global education, and our SLOs, or our student learning outcomes, are based in the International Study School Network student learning outcomes. But I'm going to let Dr. Felch address this because he actually did his doctorate in global education, and I actually used his portion of his dissertation in the writing of the charter and this portion, so I'll let him address that.
So as Dr. Wilson was alluding to, the 4 tenets of global competency are to investigate the world beyond your surrounding. Understand that most of us live in a bubble and that there is a lot more out there. Recognizing perspectives other than your own, being able to have a deep sense of empathy and to hear out others who might even disagree with some of your perspectives. Being able to communicate and articulate your ideas to authentic audiences just like this. And many of our students will come to meetings and practice these types of situations. But also the last one, and probably the most important one, is to take action. We cannot educate students to sit on the sidelines. We need to make sure that we are educating students to be the next generation of leaders. And so those are the 4 main tenets. But I think it really comes down to preparing students for jobs that don't exist yet. Because when our students grow up to be adults, and they're our age, many of the jobs that we have today probably will not exist or will change in nature. And what we do know is we live in a globally interconnected world, and how technology and social media is changing connects us so closely. And to have these 4 global competencies will allow the students to have the transferable skills to get those jobs that we don't know that exist yet.
Thank you so much. And is your dissertation on ProQuest?
Oops. Yeah, it should still be, yeah.
Okay, I'll definitely look at it.
Yeah.
But last question, what is your theoretical framework in your chapter 3 that guides your dissertation?
Well, my dissertation?
Yes, your chapter 3.
Oh gosh, we're dating myself. I studied within the International Study Schools Network, and so I was looking at specifically how principles of international study schools promoted global competence. And so we looked at a qualitative study of different aspects within this global education model using these 4 tenets to promote global competence, and how stakeholders at each of the schools received that and demonstrated that aspect of global competence.
You're a tough one. They always used to say that a good dissertation is a done dissertation, and that you wouldn't remember. So to have somebody called out on their theoretical framework. But you can ask me, because
No,
my
it's not to call out. It's just to understand the
I'm
frame
sorry,
in
I
which
don't-
you
No, I was
philosophy.
I was joking,
Yeah.
actually. I was joking. But I did want to say that my theoretical framework for my dissertation is actually in the VISTA Charter. It was, our theoretical framework was based on student engagement and how we use, it goes through social engagement, behavioral engagement, and cognitive engagement. So we run all of our programs through my theoretical framework for that. So that one I am very familiar with. Yeah.
Just a little more clarification, please. What does it look like for you to prepare students for jobs that you don't know about or that don't exist? What does that look like?
Great question. So, how long do I have? I'll be brief. I was
Just a slight clarification.
yeah, I
on
was
that.
director of
It was kind of
yeah.
broad. the
I
way
was
you
director of
said
Linked
that.
Learning for Los Angeles Unified, which in Linked Learning is a program that addresses both college and career readiness. Unfortunately, in our system, we tend to say that and then only do college readiness. So we do this starting with our pathways. We believe that, so for instance, right now, we are creating pathways in cybersecurity and in biomed. But we're also working with the University of California at Irvine on the first ever pathway in climate change leadership. So this is, by doing these pathways, these are ways that we are preparing students for the future jobs. Also, STEM. We are STEAM, we believe in the arts, but STEM is such an important part of this, making sure that the kids have the skills to be able, the mathematical skills, the engineering skills, to be able to address the jobs that we don't know exist yet. And again, part of being ready for a job in the future that you don't know about are the soft skills. We need to be able to, our kids bring their own social capital to school, but not all of that social capital is expendable in our country. So part of our job as educators is to teach them and to give them the social capital that's actually expendable. How do you do a resume? How do you do an interview? And those kinds of skills are also part of preparing our students for the future.
Okay, and last question for me, because I truly am listening to what you say. That's why I'm pulling
No,
some
I
of this out.
appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot.
You mentioned, I think Dr. Felch, you said it. You mentioned Palm Lane's vision. What is Palm Lane's vision?
I'll be honest, I couldn't repeat it off the top of my head.
Well, Palm Lane's again, I don't know it word for word, but Palm Lane's vision is embedded within its signature practices of social emotional learning and STEAM, and making sure that it is preparing students through those types of programs. And so that's, when we say Palm Lane's vision, it's through those programs, but it's also through the idea of community and each of the stakeholders, because the parents are so essential to the Palm Lane educational experience.
Thank you for your time and thank you for your answers.
Trustee Philbitt kind of hit on something else that came to my mind about the vision. I had a similar question about that. I'm curious to know, in the process of jumping on board, how much input did you have at the board meetings from Palm Lane parents? And did you ever survey the parents that are currently have students attending the school, and what percentage of those parents said, yeah, we're on with VISTA Charter?
So the last survey we did was about the name, and that was actually the name that came up as a favorite name. And then what we have done is, again, at our meetings, we have talked to the parents. We've held multiple meetings. We can share those meetings with you. And then we have worked with the leadership and the parent leadership, and they have been, and also with the board members who have been speaking with the different parents. And what they have told us and what we have heard from parents coming in is that what they desire is for an organization to help them support their school and their community. And that's what we're offering. We are not offering, to go in and do a major overhaul, but we are offering to come in and support them. I can't answer what their vision is word for word from the charter. I don't even know that I could do that from my own charter at this point. It's a very long vision. But I want to answer that with a personal story, if you don't mind. When I was still a teacher, it was actually the last year that I was a teacher. I was teaching second grade. And that year, they brought a student to me and they said, hey, will you take this student? He's dying on the vine in this other class, and we really need someone who can give him some structure and help him. And that kid came into my classroom, and it was a challenge. He couldn't stand still. You couldn't put him next to another child because the child would get hurt. He had problems on the yard, and he would actually be coming to school. Oftentimes, we would hear him coming down the street screaming before he'd get there. After a while, they had me just for the morning. After a while, I said, you know, I feel like I need him in the afternoon too. I can't really help him if I don't have him the whole day. So they gave him to me full time. In March of that year, his mother died. And through a series of small miracles, I was able to adopt Andrew. When I got Andrew, he didn't speak English well, and he didn't speak Spanish well. He was basically illiterate in 2 languages. He didn't read, he couldn't do math very well. And the social emotional problems that he had were classified as ADHD, Asperger's, oppositional defiance disorder, and a variety of different things. So the Iep process. Once I really became his father, not just physically, but emotionally, I started to realize that everyone's wrong. They're just wrong. There's something else. And it turned out that he was actually highly gifted. So as a father, a single dad, I went through IEPs, special education, fought with special education teachers, cried at how many IEPs. I can't tell you how many services that I had to say he didn't need and which ones he did need to get him to where he is. I walked the walk. He had to learn a second language. I wanted him to keep his first language, so we made sure that he was bilingual. My son is 25 today. He's actually in Paris right now, and he's getting ready to graduate in physics. I'm telling you the story because we can tell you all of the things that we do, all the things that we attempt to do. We can, and we do. We work very, very hard. But what you can't instill in a person is to understand what it is to walk the walk with a child through special education, through gifteds. He turned out to be highly gifted. Through second language learning. I've been there. And so the way I approach our schools, the way I approach our communities is when I walk in, I think of my son Andrew sitting in that classroom and what he didn't get. And I say, no child should ever have that experience that he had. So that is, I want you to know that. That's where my heart is. That's where my mind is. We're not corporate. I don't allow our principals, our assistant principals to be corporate. If we're not here for those reasons, and if we cannot see our own children in each of those seats, then our vision is off. And I just want you to know that I can't quote their vision because I haven't memorized it. I've been sitting in the seat for a month and a half. But I can tell you what my vision is. And I know that my vision is her vision. I know that my vision is her vision and her vision because I've been there. So you don't have to trust me yet because you don't know me. But I can assure you that you will trust me and that we will work together beautifully and for the good and the benefit of all of Palm Lane. And not just Palm Lane, but we will be good partners for Anaheim as well, because that's where my heart is and that's who I am. And that's my pledge to you as we move forward together in partnership.
Thank you. I appreciate the story. I want to get an answer to my question, though.
Sure.
Okay, so let's say, for example, we had a meeting to discuss whether the Palm Lane parents wanted to jump on board with Vista. How many parents came to that meeting? I understand there's about 287 students attending Palm Lane. How many of those actual families showed up to say, yeah, we want to switch over to this because of X reason?
Yeah. Lisette, do you know those numbers by off the chance? Close to 100.
And Board
So,
President,
so
may I
less
add?
than 50% of the parents showed up to say, yeah, we want to move forward. That's the question I was trying to get at, because you're saying you're trying to base the school on community voice and choice, and you're saying that the parents will drive the school forward. And I think the correct answer for me with the vision would have been that there is no vision yet because it hasn't been established by the parents that currently attend that school. So that's kind of where I was hoping you would head, based on
I didn't go there, but I would agree with you.
based
Yeah.
on what you said you are about, right, earlier. So I do appreciate this personal story, though. Thank you so much.
And thank you for saying that. I would have to say that I absolutely agree with you, that is one of the issues, that there is a lack of vision and there hasn't been cohesion. So bringing that, you're absolutely right.
Right, so a lot of times we make mistakes in education in saying, well, the parents are saying this, but when you don't have the majority of parents saying that, we could create a false picture saying that the parents support X thing, when not the majority of them actually showed up to speak out, which could be to no one's fault, right? But if you're truly trying to move forward to support this community, you're gonna try different things out of the box to make sure that you get more than 50% of your parents inputting on the vision and the movement forward for the school.
Board President, may I also ask, since we're asking about numbers, this is something that we've always done, during our board meetings with regards to Palm Lane. Because I am curious, how many actual parents who have kids right now at Palm Lane are here tonight? Okay, thank you so much. And what was the next question? And thank you for that story. I do appreciate that. In fact, you quoted Lisa Delpit, right? Teaching others, students as if they were own children, right? And know that this has been a very long, and I'm sure you know the history. I got on the board, with, getting into this whole charter issue. So, it will be a long process, and we do look forward to working with each other. But, the critical questions will happen, especially for me as a trustee of that area. That's my job.
We want the critical questions. And,
Yeah.
and if we had 100% of the answers tonight, we'd be miracle workers. But what I can say, President Alvarez, is that like I said, we are good partners. I heard what you said, and I thought to myself, he's absolutely right. We need to go back and make sure that we take care of that and that we do a survey. We do have surveys, but it hasn't been as thorough as what you're asking for. So we will do that.
Right, just some context. I currently have a student in the district. I've had 2 students come to the district, and I actually recognize at least one person who's currently a Palm Lane parent. So we've been co-parenting our children in this community. So they are part of our community. So there's a lot at stake, in my opinion, because we're still supporting our families, right? So we're gonna be asking hard questions because that's our job, like Dr. Margolis said.
And I think you should. I do think, though, that the alternative of not having any support is also not an answer as well.
We thank you so much for your time and your
No, thank you
presentation.
very
Thanks
much.
for answering
It's
our
been a
questions.
pleasure.
All right. Okay, so we're going to move on to the comment section of this evening. Comments up to 500 words could have been submitted in person or online via an electronic form and should have been received by 12 p.m. today. It's my understanding that we have at least one comment that was submitted, and then Iris will be reading that comment for us.
This public comment was submitted online by Cheryl A. Ball, member of the public, regarding this public hearing. The comment reads, I want to thank the members of the AASD School Board for their help and support this last 2 difficult years. While these last years have been difficult, they have also led us here to what the Palm Lane School Board believes to be a bright future. We have met with our parents, staff, and teachers, and we feel comfortable that Vista Charter Management will meet the needs and address all the concerns those stakeholders have. In addition, Vista will bring a much-needed enhancement to the leadership at Palm Lane. We wish to convey the primary concern of our parents, that Palm Lane retain its unique personality and feeling of family. The vast majority of our parents have become comfortable that this will hold true. Vista has even given early indications that Palm Lane will retain the much-beloved Palm Lane in its name. As Vista's management has become more familiar with Palm Lane, they have communicated how they want to build on the current strengths and systems of Palm Lane, not replace them. We have spoken with the stakeholders about the nature of this change. Palm Lane will remain an independent public charter school in control of its funds and contracts. The team at Vista will provide improved, responsive leadership and guidance. The Palm Lane Board encourages you to support this resolution. Cheryl A. Ball, Chair, Palm Lane Board, and this concludes the portion of the online public comments.
Thank you so much for reading that for us. All right, we'll move into the in-person comments. We have, I believe, 10 speakers. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be calling every speaker up one at a time. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Board Clerk Philbeck will hold up a yellow card for you when you have 1 minute left to speak, and then put up a red card for you to know that your time is up, and we would appreciate that when the red card goes up, you end your comments. We do have 10 speakers at 3 minutes each. That puts us at 30 minutes exactly, so every speaker will get to speak their 3 minutes, and it's perfectly timed for the allotted time that we had in mind.
And also, Board President Alvarez, should they need translation, it will be 6 minutes, but we'll keep it within that 30.
Great, thank you so much. All right, so our first speaker is going to be Zoila Lubin, and on deck, we're going to have Miguel Gudino, okay? So if you have Zoila come on up.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am here to tell you my story with Vista Heritage Global Academy and Vista Condor Global Academies. I live in Santa Ana and I have 4 children. We found Vista when my oldest needed a middle school. I looked at several middle schools in our area, but no one had what I saw at Vista Heritage Global Academy. They had, at the time, a small school with super nice and friendly staff. This is what got us into the door. Now, 5 years later, I am part of the Student Side Council. I can tell you that, they are much more to our family. They are an extension of our values, our family, and our home. My oldest now attends Modern Day High School. My 11-year-old is a happy 6th grader that loves school at Vista Heritage Global Academy. My 6-year-old kindergarten who's special needs, specifically in speech, loves his teacher and is improving tremendously and is super friendly with all the kids. The last little member will be at Vista Condor Global Academy next year in preschool. I love and trust Vista Condor with my kids' educational, social, emotional needs. And I know when I am not with them, they are in good hands. Regardless of who is with them, from the teachers to the hallway monitors, to the nurse, or to anyone in the front office, I know they're in good hands and they're being taken care of. Vista is not just a school in a community. Vista is not just a school, it's a community. A community of loving people with high goals, support, and dreams for our kids. So Vista for me represents positive growth, parent support, independent students, caring teachers and staff, open doors for parents, and the music, they play the ukulele. I just wanted to throw that one out there. And then they do have a choir, and they have a spring and a fall performance, which the kids love, and my kids have been a big part of that. So I hope that you recognize that, and like I said, I've invested 5 years into this school. I'm a very devoted, I'm very high energy when it comes to my kids' academics. So if I give them all my trust, it's definitely a good school. So I hope you hear that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Miguel Gudino, and on deck we have Yanet Saldivar.
Muy buenas noches, mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Miguel Gudiño y estoy aquí presente.
Good evening, board members.
My name is Miguel Gudiño, and I'm here present
para pedirles cordialmente que se apruebe la petición para que la escuela vista aquí presente pueda administrar la escuela Pta Charter School.
I'm here present to ask you to please approve the petition to have Vista here present to administer the school Palm Lane.
Con los años que tengo de conocerla, está muy capacitada
All these years that I've known them, they are capable of managing the school.
para hacer esto. Su prioridad de vista es la educación de alto nivel académico.
Vista's priority is high education for our students.
Para todos los estudiantes y trabajar muy duro para lograrlo.
They also work really hard to ensure that students receive those academics.
Muchas gracias por su comprensión.
Thank you for your comprehension.
Board President, I know we're not allowed to speak, but I know we're allowed to clarify words that he said, correct? Just clarify quotes verbatim. All the years you've known them? Did you say all the years you've known them? Okay, thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Correctamente, sí. Yo he asistido y he visitado la escuela e incluso les he ayudado.
Correct. All the years I've known him, he's participated and helped.
Thank you very much. All right, next. Oh, I'm sorry, were you?
Me gustaría que pudieran visitarla ustedes, darse la oportunidad, porque me imagino que en la virtud que tienen en la educación de los hijos, me gustaría que se dieran la oportunidad a ustedes de visitarla también.
¿Se está refiriendo a Palm Lane o a Vista?
No, ellos, que se den la oportunidad.
¿De
Ajá,
visitar a Palm Lane o a...?
Yo lo que quiero es que se den la oportunidad de visitar la escuela en Santana Vista, ustedes, porque me imagino que su virtud de ustedes es la educación de los hijos. Y yo estoy preocupado por mi comunidad, porque soy padre y tuve mis hijos en esta escuela de Palm Lane cuando era pública.
He would like for all of the board members to take the time and go visit Vista in Santa Ana. He's visited and participated, and he believes that as parents, their priority is education, and you as educators should also take the time and see how their school works.
Me gustaría que en un futuro ustedes pudieran ofrecer esos mismos servicios que ofrece la escuela, porque pienso que esa es prioridad de ustedes. Espero no me equivoque.
As a parent, I hope that you, as an educational system, would also be able to provide those programs.
No sé si me expresé bien o no me entendieron.
Es que no debemos de responder a los comentarios.
Ok, simplemente yo quería que en un futuro trabajemos mejor el distrito con nosotros que somos los padres líderes de la escuela que tuvimos. Me imagino que ustedes en algún futuro podemos trabajar mejor para el progreso de nuestra comunidad. Me refiero a la educación.
He would just like to have a better working relationship between parents as leaders and the district.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Okay, so next we have Yanet Saldivar, and on deck we have Marlene Santis.
Janet's actually not here.
Buenas tardes a todos los presentes. Buenas noches, perdón, para la mesa directiva. Soy mamá de un estudiante de Palm Lane Charter School y
Good afternoon, board. Good afternoon. I am one of the parents of a student in Palm Lane.
Estoy aquí por la razón de que porque Palm Lane necesita el apoyo de la escuela Vista Charter. Entonces, yo quisiera pedirle a ustedes que si tuvieran consideración para aprobar la ayuda que nos va a dar a la escuela Vista.
I, as a parent, believe that Vista is offering all the help that we need and would like for you guys to consider allowing Vista to provide all these needs.
Yo he visitado las instituciones de la escuela Vista y la verdad me agradó mucho y hemos escuchado el método de aprendizaje que ellos brindan y que nos pueden traer a nuestra escuela Palm Lane.
I have visited Vista's schools and have witnessed their methods of teaching and really appreciate them.
Yo confío en la escuela Vista que todos esos métodos de aprendizaje buenos que traen va a ayudar mucho a Palm Lane y yo pienso que yo quisiera también pedirles que si esa consideración de poder aprobar para la escuela Vista unirse a Palm Lane porque confío en ellos.
I believe that all the educational methods that they currently practice will benefit Palm Lane, and I trust in them.
Hace poquito nosotros tuvimos una junta con el director, los representantes de Vista por Zoom y ellos nos dieron muchas esperanzas para que Palm Lane progresara más de lo que ya está y yo confiamos, la mayoría de los padres tuvimos esa confianza con la escuela Vista.
A few weeks ago, we had a parent meeting with the superintendent and representatives from Vista. We discussed the progress that Palm Lane has done at this moment and can still continue progressing with the support of Vista.
Y yo creo que aquí entre lo que nosotros queremos es mejorar la educación de nuestros hijos, ¿no? Principalmente nosotros los de la comunidad que tenemos hijos en Palm Lane, lo único que queremos es tener un buen futuro para nuestros hijos. Es la única cosa que nosotros queremos y que mejore todo eso. Más que, como ya dije hace rato, confiamos en Vista y me encantaría que se uniera con Palm Lane.
We as parents, all we want is to better the education of our children, and us as parents from the community that have children in Palm Lane trust and believe in Vista.
Yo creo que es todo. No puedo ser más breve, pero lo único que queremos, y pienso yo, la mayoría de los padres, que se pudiera aprobar.
We believe majority of the parents want for Vista to take as a management for Palm Lane.
Muchas gracias y que pasen buenas noches.
Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. I believe that was Marlene, right? Yeah, thank you. All right, next we have Cecilia Ochoa, and after Cecilia, we have Sylvia Godino on deck.
Buenas noches a todos ustedes. Pues como la mayoría de ustedes ya me conocen, mi nombre es Cecilia Ochoa. Estoy muy contenta de ver algunas caras nuevas, principalmente al superintendente, porque en años pasados pues estuvimos en este plantel cuando todavía el distrito de Anaheim lo dirigía la señora Linda Warner.
Good evening to all of you guys here. It's nice to see new faces in the board.
Many of you already know my face. I'm Cecilia Ochoa. We've been here before. Once Palm Lane belonged to Anaheim Elementary School District under Warren.
Este día es un día muy especial e histórico para todos los padres de Palm Lane.
Today is a day in history for all parents of Palm Lane.
Porque el día de hoy, 23 de febrero del año de 1917, la Corte de Appeals dio el veredicto a favor de los padres de Palm Lane.
Because on February 23rd, 2017, the Court of Appeals favored the parents of Palm Lane.
Después de varios años, volvemos a este plantel con toda la confianza y esperamos el apoyo de ustedes y con el favor de Dios esperamos que tengamos todo el apoyo de ustedes para que Vista sea quien maneje nuestra escuela.
After a few years, we're back here with trust and support from all of you, and with God's favor, you can support us for Vista to manage Palm Lane.
Esperamos que Vista sea quien maneje la escuela de nuestros hijos y no nomás de nuestros hijos, pues de todos los alumnos que se encuentran en la escuela de Palm Lane.
We hope Vista manages not only the school where our children attend, but all students attend.
Estamos teniendo algunos inconvenientes, pero tenemos fe en Dios que después de algo malo viene algo mejor. Y Vista es lo que nosotros consideramos mejor para nuestros hijos.
After a couple of inconveniences, we believe in God that after something so bad that we've gone through, there's a silver lining. And we believe that the silver lining is that Vista manages the school for our children.
Yo tenía 3 hijas. Eso ya no lo escribí. Yo tenía 3 hijas. La mayor ya no alcanzó nada de la escuela charter, que me haya gustado mucho que haya tenido esa gran oportunidad. La mediana ahorita alcanzó todavía 1 año. Ahorita todavía tengo una niña en 5º grado.
She has 3 daughters. The oldest wasn't lucky enough to be at Palm Lane as a charter school. The middle child did attend Palm Lane Charter School for a year, and her youngest is currently in 5th grade.
Y en la experiencia que tenemos con la escuela, pues ha sido muy buena. Hemos visto magníficos resultados. Mi hija, la que ahorita está en el 9º grado en la escuela Loara, ella tuvo una experiencia muy buena. Ella tenía una tarea muy fuerte de matemáticas y basado a la crítica que tenía de la escuela en su cabeza de lo que las maestras de Palm Lane le habían enseñado, ella pudo realizar esa tarea y ayudarle a sus amigos con los que se comunicaba por medio de la tecnología.
My oldest was currently in 9th grade and attends Loara. She had a math assignment that was very difficult, but luckily due to support, she was able to teach not only herself, but support her friends through social media.
Ahora, saliéndome un poquito de lo que estoy hablando, la pregunta que le hicieron al señor Dr. Wilson, de lo que le dijeron que la mitad de los padres habíamos asistido a su junta. Yo quiero decirles que yo asisto a todos los cafecitos, soy una una mamá muy involucrada en la escuela de las niñas. El cafecito en la escuela Loara que acaba de pasar fue por vía Zoom. Lo hicieron a una hora muy inconveniente y solo asistimos de 500 y algo alumnos que hay, o 2,000 y algo, solo 19 padres asistimos.
Muchas gracias, ese terminó su tiempo. Gracias. Sí, pues, si quiere que le traduzca lo que acaba de decir y ya que ahí terminamos.
Oh, okay.
Ya.
She wants to go a little bit off topic regarding the question that was made to Dr. Wilson regarding how many parents attended the meeting. She's a very involved parent. She attended the coffee with the principal at Loara, where there's approximately 500 to more students and only 19 or 9?
No, 19 asistimos.
Only 19
Y
parents
si-
attended.
Y si es en persona, solo somos 8
Okay,
personas
thank you.
las que vamos.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go
Thank
on
you.
to Sylvia Gudino. And on deck we have Hortensia Alvarado.
Buenas noches, mesa directiva. Yo, Silvia Gudiño, les pido muy atenta la aprobación de la escuela vista para el manejo de la escuela Pam Lane.
Good evening, board members. I, Sylvia Gudiño, would like to ask you to please approve for Vista Charter to manage Palm Lane.
De acuerdo con mis conocimientos a través de los años,
Throughout the years I've known,
he adquirido el conocer a la escuela vista.
I have managed to know more about Vista.
Es muy capaz de administrar la escuela Pam Lane.
They're capable of managing Palm Lane.
Esta petición la hago como madre que fui de la escuela Pam Lane.
I make this petition as a former parent of Palm Lane.
Nuestros estudiantes tienen el derecho a una educación digna
Our students have the right to a good education
que cubre sus expectativas.
that covers their expectations,
De acuerdo a una educación de alto nivel académico,
a high rendering academic levels.
nuestros estudiantes obtendrán el conocimiento
Our students will have the understanding
para seguir sus estudios y llegar a lograr una carrera que ellos se propongan.
to continue their studies and have a career that they want to do,
Y ser unos ciudadanos que hagan crecer el país.
and become citizens that help our country grow.
Ustedes, mesa directiva, que trabajan para la educación,
You as board members who work for education
podrán entendernos el deseo de una buena educación de alto nivel académico
should understand our wish to have a higher academic
para nuestros estudiantes.
expectations for our students.
Muchas gracias por su muy atenta atención.
Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you. Hortensia Alvarado. And on deck we'll have Maribela Piñera.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Tengan todos ustedes mi respectivo saludo con respeto a cada uno de ustedes.
My
Okay.
respects to one and every one of you.
Voy a ser muy breve porque ya soy una mamá pues grande, pero tengo todavía mucha motivación para con los jóvenes. Tengo 3 jovencitas, una me está estudiando al 3er año de universidad, gracias a Dios, y gracias a mi esposo que tuvo un trabajo digno para pagar a un profesor fuera de la escuela Pam Lane para que ella fuera graduada, porque ella no alcanzó el nivel académico que ella necesitaba para ir a una universidad. Yo los invito a ustedes a mejorar su nivel académico.
I'm going to speak briefly. I'm an older parent. I have 3 children. My oldest is in her 3rd year in college, and that is thanks to my husband and the job that he had, due to the fact that he had to pay for an extra teacher outside
Yeah.
to give her the support she needed due to the fact that the school at Palm Lane, when it belonged to the district, didn't give her those supports.
Tengo experiencias desde las primarias del distrito de Anaheim, como las secundarias y como las preparatorias. Cuando gusten, estoy a sus órdenes. Mi nombre es Hortensia Alvarado, ¿ok? Para poderles ayudar, para que ustedes respectivamente busquen un camino que sea justo para los jóvenes y para los niños, porque ellos son el futuro de este gran país. Yo siempre caminé por un lugar equivocado. Ahora mi hija la tengo en la escuela Vista Charter School y estoy muy agradecida y le agradezco a Dios por esta oportunidad. Les pido que ustedes hagan conciencia y nos ayuden a que la escuela Palm Lane sea dirigida por Vista Charter School. Muchas gracias y mi respectivo respeto para cada uno.
Okay. She has experience with Anaheim Elementary, either from elementary all the way to high school. And luckily enough, her youngest now is at Vista. And she's always available. Her name is Hortensia Alvarado. You can reach her and ask her any questions because she wants a path to justice, to have the proper education for all students. Students are our future. So she wants us all to work to provide that proper education to all students.
Cuando gusten, estoy a sus órdenes para decirles a dónde estamos caminando mal, porque todavía tengo una en Loara y estamos caminando mal. Nos hace falta mejorar y yo los invito, cuando ustedes gusten, invítenme a su junta para decirles a dónde estamos mal. Porque yo quiero el bien para ustedes como quiero el bien para los míos también.
Okay. She still has a student at Loara, and she would gladly give you guys feedback. She wants to make sure that we better education not only for our Palm Lane students, but all students. So she's always available. Please invite her to your meetings, and she'll tell you as a parent what areas they feel they need more support.
Dios me los bendiga. Buenas noches.
God bless you. Good night.
Thank you. We have Maribela Pineda. And on deck, Rowena Fermi.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Maribela Pineda, no tengo hijos en la escuela, pero sí soy una trabajadora y tuve a mi hijo ahí, en esa misma escuela. Lo que les pido es que no se basen en el nombre es lo de menos, la educación es la que se necesita.
Good evening. My name is Maribela Pineda. I don't have any students currently at Palm Lane. I am an employee, but I did have my son at Palm Lane Elementary when it belonged to the district. What I am asking you is to please do not focus on who is the name of who will be managing Palm Lane, but focus on the education that will be provided.
Yo pienso que a lo mejor ustedes han de pensar que estamos mal porque no tenemos director, pero estamos mejor que nunca. Ahora que nos llegaron estas personas como caídas del cielo, estamos súper tranquilos.
You guys might be worried because we currently do not have a principal, but the situation at Palm Lane is a lot better now since Vista has been there, even though we don't have a principal. They are like a piece falling from heaven that is giving us all the support we need.
Y todas las escuelas son iguales. Únicamente los estudiantes son los que tienen que poner de su parte y los padres también tenemos que poner de nuestra parte. Mi hijo fue a Palm Lane, mi hijo fue a Junior High y mi hijo fue a Alvara. Y mi hijo ahorita está en Casting Long Beach.
All schools are the same. What changes is the students and the parent involvement. Her child is currently at Cal State Long Beach, and he went to Palm Lane, Ball Junior High, and Loara.
Y no se trata de escuelas ni de nombres, se trata de la educación. Y eso es lo que le pedimos a ustedes, que nos escuchen y que nos ayuden a mejorar. Así como nosotros un día ayudamos con ustedes, porque yo fui voluntaria en las 3 escuelas. Yo fui voluntaria, ayudante de maestra, a pesar de que no sé hablar inglés.
It's not about the school or the name of the school. It's about the education and the supporting. She, as a parent, volunteered at all 3 schools where her child attended, supported the teachers, and even though she doesn't speak English, was able to give that support. So that's what she's asking you to do tonight. Give the support that we need with Vista.
Porque ellos no tienen, los maestros de la escuela del distrito, o yo no sé si nada más del distrito, nunca han tenido ayudantes. Nosotros sí tenemos ayudantes y ahorita ya estoy aprendiendo más inglés.
She doesn't know if it's only the district, but at the time that her child was in schools in the district, she noticed that teachers did not have instructional aids. We at Palm Lane have instructional aids, and she's also learning English to support even more.
Por favor, les pido y que reconsideren y que vean qué es lo mejor, no nada más para nosotros. No estoy hablando como empleada, estoy hablando como mamá. Y estoy hablando que la educación no nomás es de los maestros, también de nosotros los padres. Y así hay que hacer para tener una comunidad bonita como la que nosotros queremos aquí en la Palm Lane. Gracias, que tengan una feliz noche.
I'm not here as an employee, but a parent of the community. All I want is better education for a community, and education's not only at school, it comes from us as parents as well. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next we have Ruina Fedmin. This will be our last speaker.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Reina Fairman, and I'm here today to support my Palm Lane Charter School community, along with the teachers and families present here. Today, the reason I am here is to support the partnership with Vista Charter School and Palm Lane Charter School, because I have seen the improvements and the benefits of the students and the teachers and how they have come together to support each other. It is important to have this partnership with Vista to gain a stronger academic structure. For our students, it is important to have a set of leadership, since these are crucial academic development for our students. Please have this petition in great consideration, since it will improve our community to have a great academic benefits. Thank you for your listening and your time. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Excellent translation, too. Thank you so much.
All right, so the public hearing on Palm Lane requests for material revision to its charter is hereby closed. Thank you, everybody. All right, let's move on to item 4B. St. Jude Neighborhood Clinic at Ponderosa Park. Tim Brown, CEO of St. Jude Health Centers. Wendy Dowling from the Network Anaheim Manager.
Good evening. It's lovely to see all of you, and thank you for having us here tonight. I'm Wendy Dowling with Network Anaheim, and I'd like to introduce Tim Brown. He's the CEO of the St. Jude Neighborhood Health Centers, and he'll be sharing more about the health center in Ponderosa.
Good evening. Thank you, Wendy. It's a pleasure to be here this evening to tell you about our newest clinic in the city of Anaheim, but I'm sure you all want to go home, so I'll be very brief. We started about 4 years ago holding meetings in Anaheim, looking for a location. We met with Wendy, we met with the school district at that time, seeking a location to invest in the community to build a new clinic. And we are St. Jude Neighborhood Health Centers, which is a federally qualified health center. We were founded in 2011 officially, but prior to that, we were a department of St. Jude Medical Center, the hospital in Fullerton. And we were started as a department of the hospital in the 1980s. And we started as a mobile clinic, and then we built the clinic you'll see in that picture there, which is in Richmond Park in Fullerton. We later received the federally qualified health center designation, and that basically is a federal designation that gives us grant funding and requires that we Medicaid program pay us at cost of delivering care, but it comes with requirements, and one of those requirements is we can never deny a service to a patient because they don't have the ability to pay for that service. And then there's a list of required services that we have to provide. Today we have 8 clinics. So we have a clinic in Fullerton and Orange. Those are our largest clinics. We have 3 clinics in the high desert of San Bernardino County. And then we have smaller clinics, including a pediatric medical clinic in Topaz Elementary School in the Placentia Yorba Linda School District. We provide about 60,000 visits a year. We just certified our data for last year, so this number, yesterday, so this number's a little off there. And we provide our services based on a sliding fee scale. So we evaluate patients' or families' household income, and we adjust our fees based on their income. And then we use private grants to then further subsidize services. So patients or families who live at 300% or less of the federal poverty level are charged $10 for a medical visit. But if they can't pay that $10, they are still seen, and we never mail a bill to a patient, and we've never turned a patient to collections. We are nationally recognized for the quality of care we provide, and the federal government compares us to the 1,400 other federally qualified health centers in the country, and we, since 2018, have consistently ranked in the top 30%, usually the top 20 to 15%. One of the requirements of being a federally qualified health center is we have a consumer board. So we have a patient representative from each of our clinics. We have 22 board members, and our patients have to be representative of our patient population. We have formal affiliations with St. Jude Medical Center in Fullerton, St. Joseph Hospital in Orange, and then St. Mary's Medical Center, which is in Apple Valley. And St. Jude Medical Center provided the capital funding to build the clinic that we have in Anaheim. And our new clinic creates about 30 new jobs in the city. Okay, next slide. So about 3 years ago, when we were looking for where to locate the clinic, we pulled data. So this is not current data, but the data we use to assess neighborhoods to determine where to locate the clinic. So I won't spend a lot of time on this, but we did identify Ponderosa neighborhood as a high-need community for the services we provide. There was a high number of uninsured or underinsured families, but also a high level of disease burden, such as diabetes and hypertension. And on our clinics, annually we care for about 3,000 diabetic patients. So we have a real focus on caring for and trying to prevent or delay the progress of diabetes. Okay. Next slide. So this is an aerial shot of where the clinic is located. And Ponderosa Elementary School is sort of in the bottom left corner with the red tile roof, and then just above that is the library, and then you'll see a pathway which leads over to Ponderosa Park and the splash pad, and then further above that is the city's Family Resource Center. And then across from that was just a dirt lot owned by the City Parks Department. So we worked with the city's to lease that, and we have a 40-year lease for that property at no cost. And then we used funding from St. Jude Medical Center to construct that clinic. We also added 30 additional parking spots to the parking lot, because parking in that area is the challenge. Next slide. So this is a rendering of what the clinic was to look like, and it actually does look just like that. So next slide. So this is a picture of the ribbon cutting of the clinic. You'll see some of the city leaders there. The clinic officially opened on December 17th. Next slide. And services available at this clinic include adult and pediatric medical care. We have a full-time physician there who is family practice, and then we have a pediatrician who will be starting next month. We have a real specialization for chronic disease management. More than 50% of our patients are uninsured, so we really cater to caring for uninsured patients. We do have a part-time OBGYN there, so we're providing prenatal care already. The dental clinic is not yet open. Hopefully it will open in March. There was some delay related to supply chain issues for some of the equipment. So once that equipment arrives and is installed, we will open. And it's general dentistry, so there'll be both pediatric and adult services. We charge a little bit more than the $10. Most patients pay around $20 to $30 for a visit if they're uninsured. And we do pretty much full scope general dentistry, so we will do root canals as long as the dentist feels it's comfortable doing that. We do a lot of extractions, fillings, So it's not just exams, but we'll do as much as we can for the patient. We have mental health services, so we have a clinical social worker on site 3 days a week, and then 1 to 2 days a week we have a grief counselor, because we're seeing a lot of families dealing with grief related to the pandemic. We also have a substance abuse counselor there, and his hours there will fluctuate based on demand in the community. We have a health educator, case management. We also have outreach and enrollment specialists who can help families apply for insurance coverage, which is particularly important with the expansion of Medi-Cal that's coming May 1.
Are these all volunteers?
No, this were paid staff.
Oh, they're paid staff. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
So we have about 130 employees. And we have a small number of volunteer physicians, but we don't have any volunteers at this site just yet. And the clinic is open from Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 with a 1-hour lunch break. We're not open on Saturdays. Most of our clinics are, but because of the parking and the city wanting to protect access to the park, part of our agreement was to not be open on Saturdays. But our clinic in Orange is 5 miles away, and they are open on Saturdays. And then for eligibility, like I said, most of the patients or the families we care for are uninsured, at least the parents are, but we do accept Medi-Cal and CalOptima. For dental services and mental health services, the patients do need to be an established medical patient, and that's sort of our method to kind of meter the volume, because we can see a lot fewer dental patients than we can a medical. So a medical provider can see 20 patients in a day, and a dentist might see 8, and they're just 4 dental chairs. So they need to establish care as a medical patient to access the dental and behavioral health services. And as I mentioned, we charge a $10 copay for uninsured individuals, and then if they're Medi-Cal, obviously there's no cost to the service. And then we have a lot of ancillary support from the hospitals that I mentioned we're affiliated with, so uninsured patients receive their blood work or laboratory work for free, and any imaging services that they need. And we can access a lot of specialty physicians for a $10 copay through the hospital's medical groups. And then internally we have some specialties available, such as dermatology, podiatry. We have a part-time psychiatrist. I think that's it. Any questions?
No questions. I just want to say that's really cool. The services you're going to provide the area. So thank you for that presentation.
And we're open, and we're happy to accept referrals. So if you encounter families who need access to care, please send them our way.
I do need to make a stop at the dentist for a cleaning.
Okay.
Can I do a test run or anything like that?
Well, give us a couple of weeks to open, but you'll be most welcome.
Okay.
Great. Thank you all.
Oh, wait, I have a question. So basically, do you work in any sort of like, not just like checkups, or you just do, if women come to you for mammograms, do you just, they can do that, you refer them out, like preventative health services at all?
Sure. So we have a health educator, so we offer health education classes. We actually have a Tai Chi instructor. So they work with patients around stress management and preventing and delaying such conditions as diabetes. And then our providers will do annual physicals. So for a lot of kids, they need to do sports physicals, those sorts of things. The providers will provide all those services. Sure.
And you can do those at the clinic? Or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's a beautiful
like the sports
clinic.
physicals.
You know, when we did the ribbon cutting, most of the comments were, this is much nicer than most of the visitors, doctors' offices. It really is a beautiful facility. It has ultrasound, so we can do full scope prenatal care within the clinic. We use electronic medical records. It's fully staffed and very modern.
And you answered my question, which was, do you have classes, or are you working with anyone in conjunction with health classes, and do those take place on your site or at a community center? Or?
So we're partnering with the Family Resource Center in the city's Parks Department. The clinic does not have a classroom in it, so we're using the facilities across the street. So our Tai Chi instructor teaches the Tai Chi classes in the courtyard of the Family Resource Center. And then they have some health education classes, so we're working hard not to duplicate services. So if they're already providing it, we're not going to waste our resources, trying to duplicate that, but rather trying to identify what the needs are and sort of filling in where we can.
I did actually several years ago tour the Fullerton facility and was so impressed.
Yeah.
It was just amazing. And so I'm looking forward to visiting this site.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Okay, let's move on to item 5, news and updates. We have parent leadership group updates. I believe we have Myra Reyes from DAC-DLAC. Thank you, Myra, for being so patient. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Myra Reyes, president of DAC-DLAC. In our the DAC-DLAC report, LCAP surveys were conducted from January 31st to February 18th. ISD received 16,000 COVID-19 at-home tests, which were distributed and complete with government lab. COVID-19 tests will be available at Key Elementary School Monday through Friday from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. and are available to staff, students, and now to families. At some schools such as Olive Street, Edison, and Ponderosa, vaccinations were conducted for everyone age 5 and older. Dr. Christopher Downing conducted meetings to inform about redistribution of trustee areas. At Paula Bureau Elementary School, the kindness model was unveiled by President Susan B. Parks and CEO of United Way of Orange County. Linda Ruiz shared the time-lapse of each CIPSA assessment to see progress on measures areas to review, including proposed expenditure, what is working or not working, and modifications to be made. In February, the ISD Enrollment Festival was held at Orange Grove Elementary School. Dr. Christopher Downing shared the back-to-school update. The Expanded Learning Opportunities program in the elementary school implementing 9-hour days, which includes such as art, debate, music, folkloric dance, cooking, and others. Some schools and students participate in the media cover with 100 million views. 2 committees were created with parents. The first will be to review the bylaws, and the second will be to review the parent involvement policy, and it will hold on March 8th. Eric Hallman spoke about developing a plan to ensure compliance with any applicable teacher or paraprofessional requirements. Director Maria Villegas spoke about the Early Childhood Development Index. Thank you very much.
I think I made a mistake. Are you Gilda?
Who?
Is your name Gilda or Myra?
Myra.
Oh, Myra, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Hilda
Myra.
couldn't make it.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, let's move on to association updates. There are no association updates for tonight. 5C, district news and updates, Dr. Mary Grace. Let's see, I think that's it, right, Dr. Mary Grace?
Good evening, board members. Thank you, President Alvarez. Hot off the press, not in my news and updates. Sorry. We would like to announce that the Lincoln Lions have been selected by CABE as a Seal of Excellence Award winner. I couldn't figure out how to get the logo into the presentation, so that is literally hot off the presses. So, here we go. So we have a lot of good news to share with you tonight, and I'm going to start with Co-America Bank Women's Business Award Program. We're very excited to announce that Dr. Marroquin, the principal over at Orange Grove, was nominated and was recognized at a recent Lakers game on Center Court as a woman of distinction, and she was recognized for her leadership not only within the district as a principal at the school, but also she's very involved with her community and sports, and lives in Anaheim, but on the west side of Anaheim. So congratulations to Dr. Marroquin, a woman of promise. Also, over at Horseman Elementary, they have influential Black History Museum taking place. The second grade students and their teachers, led by Mrs. Gail Felder, Mrs. Kim Woodson, Mrs. Carmen Miller, and La Señora Torres, have come together, and they had their students put together a museum in one of the indoor hallways. The exhibits include African faces, murals inspired by artists, dancing lady inspired by Bernard Hoyes. The children made biographies and portraits of influential Black Americans, and there's various artifacts. So the school would like to remind anyone that's interested in seeing the museum to come by on February 25th or February 28th. Here's a sample of what you will see at the museum.
Do we have to make an appointment, or let them know we want to, or is it just open all day?
I believe it's open all day. I will get clarification, and I am sure that Mr. Magdaleno will put that on his marquee.
Okay, thank you.
So in other news throughout the schools, Edison wanted to share with us that they had a successful food distribution with Second Harvest. That they're held monthly. I put weekly, but it is monthly. Our parents come out and help distribute fresh produce and dairy products. And the Franklin Falcons shared with us that they had an event to celebrate fitness and fun. That was the Musical Miles. That's part of the 100 Mile Club that they have at their school. And I believe that one of the leaders of that program is their daytime custodian, Mr. Tim. He's always been very active with the kids. And Gwen, very exciting, they are working with Segerstrom Center, and their students will be putting on a production of The Lion King. That event will take place on March 10th, and pictured here, our students are making, on the left, the students are making costumes, and on the right, they're outside performing. And again, shout out to Jesse and his team. They're very excited to perform on the stage. And hot off the presses again today, though over at Juarez, we've had a long-standing partnership with Ritmo within the city of Anaheim. They've always supported our legacy schools, Price, Lincoln, and Juarez with mariachi. We're excited today that Oliver was out there and they began their mariachi program for the year. So we look forward to sharing their talents in the spring at our music festival. And at Loera, they wanted to share that they're very active in their STEAM lab. Here you see kids pictured, I believe it's the middle one. They put together tubes to make a roller coaster. You put a marble in to see if it rolls with all of the engineering that took place. And they also used Marge cubes. So they put them together, and then they're also using the iPad. So a lot of interactive hands-on activities are happening at the school. Also at the Lincoln Lions, I believe it was at the February board meeting, we recognized our students for the Pta Reflections Contest. And 2 students went on to place at the 4th district level. One, Mr. Wesley, he has a video that I encourage us all to watch. I was biased because it's about riding your bike, so it was very fun to ride with him throughout his neighborhood. But he has now moved on to the PTA state level competition. So thank you to our PTA leader, Ms. Jessie Alvarez, and Laura Houston for helping to get that contest going and show the creativity of our students. And at Olive Street, they wanted to share that their students work in lunch club groups throughout the day. And finally, at the Paul Revere, the Green Team, they engage in gardening activities. And this month, they were harvesting some potatoes. So that concludes our news and updates. So a lot of hot off the presses news for all those people watching at home.
Awesome.
Thank you.
No questions. I just want to say awesome. Very awesome. Beautiful.
Thank you, Dr. Grace. Okay, let's move on to item 6, public speakers. There are no public speakers tonight, right? Okay. All right, item 7, superintendent's report. Let's go to item 7A, LCAP mid-year update by Dr. Mary Grace.
Thank you, Board President Alvarez. And this is a unique report to the board. The LCAP is usually presented in June, and this year, as part of the budget, there were monies that were given to school districts that weren't reflected in the June budget. So we're here to let you know how the LCAP committee has been reviewing the metrics and the expenditures and how we're making recommendations for any additional supplemental and concentration grant money that may be coming into the district. So here's the background on that. We did receive some additional money in the form of supplemental and concentration grant money. Just a quick review, our LCAP dollars are a result of the students that we serve, students that may be underserved, low income, foster youth, and English learners. And this year, because of receiving the additional funds, we are providing a mid-year update. One of the impacts that this additional money had was on our budget, and part of the transparency of the local control funding formula and the LCAP is that we provide a budget overview for parents. And what that does is it compares what we provided at the December 1st interim report. Mr. Tavaria and Mr. Slesser updated the board on the additional funds that came in. And as part of the budget overview, which is part of the LCAP, this document shows the additional funds we received. The amount in the LCAP specific was about $6 million, and that increased the total supplemental and concentration grant funds. And this, as presented at the December meeting, shows the total expenditures that the district has planned. And it includes both the LCFF and other funds in the district. So part of the mid-year update is we have to look at our expenditures and whether or not we've been implementing the actions and services that we did, the board approved back in June. Linked to the presentation, and I believe you have a hard copy, are a list of all of the expenditures and whether or not, excuse me, we have started, are in progress, or completed. And for the most part, with the expenditures, most of the expenditures are in progress. There were a few at the first interim report that were not started yet, but have started in the spring, such as the LCAP survey and some virtual field trips that we'll be having in the spring. And as far as the metrics, there's also a link to all of the metrics that are within the LCAP. And we took a couple of meetings with our LCAP committee and dove into those metrics and looked at the data. And for the most part, we were happy to report that the outcomes are in progress, and we are expected to meet most of our metrics. There were a couple that we want to emphasize and are going to continue to work on and make recommendations within the LCAP committee and our DLAC committee as to how to utilize those additional supplemental monies that came in. Those include they're all in LCAP Goal 2, which are pupil outcomes. One of the areas we want to continue to look at is our average instructional reading level for our students. What we're finding and looking at the data is that our students in kindergarten, first and second grade are showing that there may have been an impact on them during our distance learning. But to our surprise and excitement, our third, fourth, fifth, and sixth grade students are reading at the same level that they were prior to the pandemic. So those students, our initial thoughts are, If you went into the pandemic and distance learning and you were a reader, you were able to read to learn through distance learning. Those students that might not have had any schooling prior to the pandemic or started school during the pandemic, we need to take a closer look at and provide some additional services within the school day for them. And we're also seeing some interesting data around math. So we're going to, at our March LCAP meeting, we're going to take a deeper dive into the math data and figure out what can we do within the school day and within our expanded learning program to provide our students with more support and engagement. Another area within the Goal 2 Pupil Outcomes is some of our data that we collect on our students' social-emotional well-being. We weren't making the metrics. We weren't on point where we thought we would be after being back in person for about half of a year. So we did talk about and added an additional 6 behavior health assistants. We have 5 that are on board, and we've looked at the data for the schools and what we're seeing at the schools, and we're placing these additional behavior support people at our schools that need the most support, and they're going in to provide some targeted interventions for 6 weeks. We'll relook at the data. If what they did helped the students and families within that school community, we'll move them on to another school, but if they're still needed, they'll stay there. Within the mid-year update, we do need to be inclusive of the educational partner engagement. And as you are aware, every plan that we've presented to you in the last 12 months has been built upon the goals within the LCAP. So we have the 3 goals in our LCAP, which are Goal 1 is about providing safe, welcoming environments. Goal 2 is pupil outcomes, and Goal 3 is student and family engagement. As we've gone out to collect information around those goals, whether it's the ESSER funds, the Educator Effectiveness Grant, expanded learning opportunities, and currently we're out getting input around our pre-kinder planning and implementation grant that we'll be bringing to you later this year. They are all focused and aligned to the goals within the LCAP. Again, the use of the additional concentration funding, as we alluded to, we're going to be supporting our student social emotional needs at the school, as well as providing additional support in the area of literacy and mathematics. We're also going to, we create, and one of the unique things our district does is we look at the data holistically and create a tiered staffing document where we provide staff to schools that is equitable and provides access to learning for students. So with this additional funding, we want to take a look at those Tier 3 schools to see how we could support them maybe just a little bit more in those 3 areas. Again, we'll be engaging our partners, our educational partners around this, but keeping that focus on those 3 goals within the LCAP. And also, we have to include in the LCAP mid-year update how we are doing with our ESSER 3 expenditure plan. And within that plan, we it includes our reopening plan, our safety and health of our students and families, as well as some technology and the additional TOSAs that are out at the school sites. And then finally, we need to show that we are aligning all of our fiscal resources to the LCAP plan. So what's the state's finally garnering is a strategic plan within the LCAP that we build any additional plans off of. So we're excited to say that we have done that, and we will provide a full LCAP update at our May and June meetings. And we'll be updating you on all of the other plans that we have gotten the additional funding for. And just in closing, you know, we just have to acknowledge that while it's been amazing and awesome to be back in person, it's been a year of ongoing disrupted teaching and learning. And so we just want to know, we want everybody to know that we're all doing the best that we can within our classrooms to keep our students first safe and healthy, and then addressing their learning needs and building that sense of community again. So we just want to say thanks to all of the staff that's out there. Thank you to the board and superintendent for support of keeping us going throughout this year. So that's the end of my presentation. Are there any questions or?
I do. Dr. Grace, is this something that is required by the state for us to do this, or did you just do it on your own?
No, it's actually, if you go back to the first, sorry, Tracy, the first slide, it is part of the law, and, sorry, there we go. Assembly Bill 130 requires it. So that's part of the trailer bill that came out. And the requirement is that we present this information to the board in February. It will be incorporated into the LCAP at the end of the year for approval.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we're moving to item 7B, AESD Safety Update by Tracy Golden, Senior Director of School and Safety and Operation.
Good evening, members of the board. I just have a really quick update about all the safety or things around COVID safety in the district. So we had our final vaccine clinic at Ponderosa, and we were able to vaccinate 103 people. So since July of 2021, at all our AESD sites with several partners, we have been able to vaccinate 1,649 people. Okay. For our COVID testing on site and at Key, so this is for our AESD students and staff, for the week of February 7th, we tested 723 people, and last week, the week of the 14th, was 573. We also continue to offer community testing, and this is testing for anybody in the community, not just limited to AESD staff and students. It is Mondays and Wednesdays from 4 to 8 o'clock, and it's offered at Edison, Lincoln, Mann, Marshall, Ponderosa, and Ross.
And that's for anyone, to clarify, not just families or district.
Correct. It's for anybody in the community. Actually, it's for anybody. They don't even have to be
anybody.
residents of Anaheim. It can be anybody.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then recently, the California Health and Human Services Secretary, Mark Galley, has said that the state will announce a timeline to address school masking mandates on February 28th. So although the statewide indoor masking mandate has lifted for vaccinated individuals on February 15th, the masking mandates for schools is still in place. So we will continue to monitor these guidelines. We await the announcement on February 28th, so next week. And then once we have all that information, we will go ahead and revise our guidelines based on the guidance from the state. And then we will let everybody know what safety protocols we will have in place for students and staff. Okay. And that's it. Does anybody have any questions? I'm happy to answer.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
All right, just so everybody knows, these presentations will be posted on the district website under the Board of Education page by tomorrow. Let's move on to item 8, consent calendar. Items listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and are acted on by the board in one motion. There is no discussion of these items unless a member of the board, staff, or the public requests specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Are there any items that you would like to pull at this time?
Yes, I would like to pull item 8. Board Clerk Philbeck, you might have to help me out with the exact number.
8A5?
That sounds right. Thank you, Dr. Downing. I'd like to just pull that for an abstention.
Got it. Okay, anything else? Okay, so with the exception of 8.85, it's recommended the Board of Education approve and ratify the remaining consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor of ratifying the consent calendar, say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. All right, let's move on to item 8.A5. Okay, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve payment to the Anaheim Family YMCA at 240 South Euclid Street in Anaheim 92802 to cover the cost of monthly programming fees for students participating in the before and or after school child care program during March 1st, 2022 through June 8, 2022. The monthly fees will be waived for participating families.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Any, a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion?
No, just to say that I received payment within the last 12 months from YMCA, so I'll be abstaining.
And same, I haven't received any payment, but I'm on the executive board for the Anaheim Family YMCA.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Okay, so all in favor of approving item 5.A, sorry, I got it confused again. 8.A5, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, and then noes? Okay, so motion passes 3 yeses and 2 abstain. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's move on. Moving on to item 9, action calendar. Item 9A, the superintendent's office. It's recommended that the Board of Education vote for no more than 7 candidates for the 2020 Region CSB Delegate Assembly.
I'd like to make the motion on this. I don't know why I'm getting that feedback, but
Yeah, the feedback's really bad.
I'd like to make the motion on this, including for discussion and including in the motion, the candidates I am recommending as I sit on the CSBA delegation. And I'm told this was what was proper, so I will be motioning to approve this with these candidates: Lauren Brooks, Irvine USD; Carrie Buck, Placentia Yorba Linda USD; Lynn Davis, Tustin USD; Lynn Davis. Yes, Lynn Davis. Candace Kern, Cypress ESD; Anne Marie Randall Trejo, Anaheim Union High School District; Michael Simons, Huntington Beach Union High School. And let me see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be 6. Now, Anne Marie, and then Michael Simons, Huntington Beach Union High Schools District. And then I will stop that as my motion until we can get to discussion, and I'll explain it.
I'll second that. All right, discussion?
I think all those are great, except that I think that it would not be a full list of delegates worthy of us voting for unless we included Barbara Schulman as well from Saddleback Valley. Barbara Schulman is a retired teacher, a retired advocate in her union, was a part of CTA for many, many years, and I believe that Barbara Schulman also had the backing of the teachers union when she actually ran for school board. Barbara Schulman's just an overall great person.
And I fully support that. Actually, what I was putting forward, what I was going to explain, were the incumbents. Those 6 people are the incumbents, and then it left a spot open. And the reason I recommend the incumbents first is I have worked with all of them. They all have between 8 years, 9, 10 years, 5 years, you know, I've worked with them. I'm in my second term, so I think I'm into almost like 5 years. And I can attest that they are all engaged, committed, and have had a large role in advancing advocacy. So I know them all personally, and I have checked, and with our past director and our present director, everybody's in good standing, so I highly recommend them. And then I was going to say that there is a spot open, and if anybody wanted to make a suggestion for that, which actually I definitely agree with Barbara Schulman. There are 4 that are running that are not incumbents, and it came down to me for a couple, and she was one of them. It was pretty much equal, so I would definitely agree to amend the motion to include Barbara Schulman from Saddleback Valley, if no one has any objection. And then as a delegate for this, and the one most actively involved with this and representing the district, it would be my recommendation to go forward with these candidates for election.
Sure. Any other comments or suggestions from the other board members? Board Member Lopez Macales. Thank you, Trustee Philbeck, for your insight, and I do appreciate you bringing the names forward. Since you do work with these people, it's appreciated that you have the expertise in knowing who they are and bringing them forward.
Thank you.
And Board Member Ruelas, thank you for including Barbara. I do agree that she's a great advocate for students and families, so I would agree to add her name there. So I think what we're looking at is approving Lauren Brooks, Carrie Buck, Lynn Davis, Candace Kern, Anne-Marie Randall Trejo, Michael Simons, Barbara Schulman as the people we'd like to move forward as a board. Is everybody in agreeing? Agrees with it? Let's go ahead and vote.
Just had a clarification, so that's an amendment?
Yeah, she
amended it,
yeah.
you seconded the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Schulman,
Schulman.
which probably would have been my.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. If we're ready, all in favor of approving this list, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, let's move on to item 2. It is recommended the Board of Education adopt resolution number 2021-22/26 declaring the month of March as Music in Our Schools Month.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Discussion?
That's exciting. Really exciting. Love to see it. Thank you.
All right, all in favor of the resolution, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, let's move on to item 9B, Educational Services. There are none. 9C, SELPA. There are none. 9D, Human Resources. It is recommended the Board of Education adopt resolution number 2021-22/27 for the non-reelection of temporary certificated employees effective June 30th, 2022, as listed on Exhibit 9D.1.
So moved.
I have
Second.
a motion and a second. All right, any discussion? All right, all in favor of approving, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. All right, let's move on to item D2. All right, it is recommended the Board of Education approve the tentative agreement between the district and the Anaheim Elementary Education Association, AEEA. The major fiscal considerations of the agreement include a 2.5 increase to the unit members' 2020-2021 base salary effective July 1st, 2021, and a one-time off-schedule payment equal to a 2% increase to the unit members' 2021-22 base salary. AESD and AEA entered into an MOU regarding an additional workday added to the 2022-23 work year. For CalSTRS
So
members,
moved.
okay.
Second.
Yeah, motion and a second. All right, any discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. 5-0. Okay. It is recommended the Board of Education approve the tentative agreement between the district and the Anaheim Elementary Secondary Management Association. The major fiscal considerations of the agreement include a 2.5 increase to the unit members' 2020-21 base salary effective July 1st, 2021, and a one-time off-schedule payment equal to 2%, a 2% increase to the unit members' 2021-22 base salary.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
Second, let's go ahead and give it to Phil Beck, the second. And then, any discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Abstention? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, it is recommended the Board of Education approve the 2.5 increase to the employees' 2020-21 base salary effective July 1st, 2021, and a one-time off-schedule payment equal to 2% of the employees' 2021-22 base salary for the following cabinet members: Superintendent Christopher Downing, Assistant Superintendent Dr. Mary Grace, Assistant Superintendent Dina Melland.
So moved.
All right, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion?
I just want to make a comment and just give kudos to Superintendent Dina Milan and her fantastic bargaining team. This isn't just like it happens overnight. I'm very proud to say that regardless of whatever associations we're looking at or working with or bargaining with, you're always just so professional with it, and you and your team really are one of the most fantastic bargaining units that we've had, at least since I've been on this board. So just thank you very much, and thank you for everything that you do for our employees, but of course for the interest of our students. So thank you.
I also want to note that I wanted to include Assistant Superintendent Jesus Chavarria on that list because I didn't mention.
Oh
Thank
yeah, you too.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, it's recommended the Board of Education approve a 2.5 increase in the monthly rate of pay for members of the Board of Education from $433 per month to $444 per month per person, effective July 1st, 2021, and a one-time off-schedule payment equal to 2% of the board members' 2021-22 monthly rate of pay.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion
Second, enthusiastically.
and a second, enthusiastic second, okay? Any discussion besides some laughter? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Say, oh, aye. Okay, any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. All right, administrative services, we have none. Item 10, board discussion. I just wanted to bring up in item 10A here, the Marion Bergerson Award is the award that's presented annually by the Orange County School Board Association to trustees who have provided outstanding governance and board services to the community to promote and enhance public education. And there's an application or a nomination form available to us as board members, and those nominations should be confidential. So if you're interested in submitting that, I guess you could talk to Dr. Downing for further assistance. All right, and then let's go to item 10B, board member activities related to school business. Let's start with Trustee Lopez.
Thank you very much, President Alvarez. Chalk it up to a couple of short weeks with a couple of days off since our last board meeting, but I have no items to discuss or present. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Lopez. Let's go to Trustee McCullis.
I did do one visit to Betsy Ross and paid my dues. It is the first PTA membership that I did for the year. Hey, I just got a raise, all right? My union just was able to negotiate CFA, so I am going to join more. I also want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Downing, our board president, Tracy Golden, Al Jabbar as well, for being able to provide that free service. As a school district, we are responsible for the children and our staff with regards to COVID, but y'all went above and beyond to even provide it with community members at those 6 sites. And I do want to also thank, was it Diagnostic Lab Science? For providing those free tests as well. I think it is important that our community members know that we're not using our budget, that it is free. So thank you for that additional work to the already hard work that you're currently doing right now. Mary made some comments with regards to returning in person. I've actually started for the very first time after getting my new job at Cal State LA to return in person. And you're right, the challenges that come up. I mean, I came in ready to go. You know, I had my expo markers, and then I had my, you know, dry erase, and then I go in there, and it's chalkboard. And then I go in there, I have 30 students, and I only have 25 desks. You know, the masks, you know, the anxiety of the students, there's just so much going on. And so I understand and feel what a lot of our teachers, our staff have been going through by going in person. And it is tough. So kudos to all our staff. Kudos to all of our leadership for really stepping up during this last year and a half. Almost 2 years. Almost 2 years. Wow. Yeah, so thank you. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Dr. Morales. Board Member Ryan Reles?
Yes, kudos to all of our teachers and our amazing staff who go in day to day while I sit behind a computer screen and type away in the safety of my office. I just want to give a shout out to, I was truly, truly blessed to basically participate with Board Member Philbeck and the team to go and surprise our 2 Teacher of the Year finalists for the Anaheim Elementary School District. We started off over at Orange Grove, where we surprised Ms. Tran Pelizzi. And Tran is a 6th grade teacher, and it was fantastic to just see her family come out. And really what really warmed my heart was her 6th grade team came out and shared kudos. And I think that speaks a lot to the teaching staff over at Orange Grove and her team, and just the you know, the collegiality that exists with and professionalism that exists with our teachers here in AESD. Afterwards, we headed over to Price, where we surprised Socorro Vargas, who is a DLI kindergarten teacher. And that as a whole, I was impressed over at Orange Grove. And then we go to Price, and we have not just her teaching team come out, but the entire school come out and create and recognize and give shout outs, just taking pictures of the students and their teachers and everybody celebrating Ms. Socorro Vargas was awesome. And it just showed that, you know, when you win an award as prestigious as Teacher of the Year for our district, it's a celebration that everyone is proud of. And everyone recognizes. And so that was just a great, great way to spend my Friday 2 Fridays ago. And then the following week, I was invited to a great meeting with Kabe, who is visiting Lincoln Elementary School and was able to participate there. I was stressed out, mainly because of the fact that even though I am behind a computer, I couldn't leave my office, and I had to stay there. So thankfully, Dr. Grace and her team were able to accommodate me through the beautiful world of technology. And I was able to participate in this meeting with the leadership of Kabe, and so it warms my heart that the Lincoln Lions are receiving the Seal of Excellence, and I am truly proud. This makes 2 of my schools in District 5 Kabe Seal of Excellence. And last but not least, shout out to our parents who continuously promote on social media. And I'm going to call them our honorary board members, Miss Rosie Roman and Maritza Bermudez, and of course Rosa Bond, who doesn't even have children in her district, but did many years ago, for constantly promoting the fundraisers that are hosted for different schools in our district. This one tonight was from PEPS. I made sure Mommy Dearest knew to go pick up some pizza, and for her and my Italian son that's residing at the house. And, you know, that money goes for a good cause. And in this case, it was supporting Edison's PTA. And that concludes my report.
Okay, well, I am continuing on with my health and wellness Zoom through the district. That is a 10-week course, and it just so happened that this was 2 weeks ago, or Thursday, that the session was on how much fast food do you eat, and how many drive-thrus do you go through? And everybody had to be honest, and when it came to me, I had to admit that I was sitting in the McDonald's parking lot right then, getting ready to go in.
for the Jefferson fundraiser, where 25% of all sales between 4 and 7 were put towards student programs. So how could I not go in and have way too much McDonald's food? But so I got sort of a pass on that because, but anyways, and I am still, it's getting tougher, but I enjoy it. So yes, kudos to Jefferson, and I hope they did really well on their fundraiser. As Mr. Rellis already reported on, yes, I was part of the Teacher of the Year celebration, so I'll just say congratulations to our winners and also thank you to all our teachers who deserve our appreciation and gratitude. I attended a Learn Well Task Force Zoom meeting. Sorry I missed PTA, but they're at the same time, and every 4 or 5 months I try to, hit the Learn Well Task Force, but PTA, I will be back. And Dr. Grace, I might need a little help with this, because this was in our meeting, our memo. So Sanchez and Ponderosa are the schools working with Advantage Communications and teachers, coaches at each school to pilot a speech and debate program for AESD in our expanded learning opportunity program, correct? Okay, and so I don't know if y'all got a chance to listen to these, but they were featured, these students were featured, they're gold winners, the ones that were in the memo, because they all had AESD. So I was able to listen to all of them. I believe their first tournament was on February 9th. And the gold medal performances are featured on the Figures of Speech website, and I think YouTube. Is that correct? Also on YouTube, but we have a link to them if you guys are interested. And I watched them all, so congratulations to Julian. His speech was President Squid by Aaron Reynolds. Jillian, a comic script between a teacher and a student when the student took their pranks too far. Sophia did Christmas in Whoville, Marco, Treasure, and Tales of Pirates. And Angel, I gotta give Angel a shout out, because his was on the ill effects of the present food systems in your neighborhoods. And so the best quote, which I will use at my next health and wellness, was, "Food is the problem and food is the solution," which I thought was pretty darn good. So I'll be sharing that. Thank you, Angel. And Arlene, close to my heart, why do cats do that? And she explained a lot to me. I have a couple of them. Ariana was on Oscar Duald, who discovered a rare supernova. Uraldi, 7 Disney Princesses, 7 Deadly Sins. Daniela, growing up, things that never changed until COVID happened. And Nicholas, The Hero's Journey by Joseph Campbell. And I wanted to read those because I just felt that there was such a variety of where these kids' minds went. And the speeches were absolutely excellent. And I believe there's another tournament in March and then a final round, if I'm correct across that. Dr. Downing, I've already registered for tomorrow's. Dr. Downing will be a panel on the panel of speakers on the Orange County Department of Education Know My Name, Face, and Story, which will spotlight personal stories and perspectives during a virtual Black History Month forum. And I am registered. I am looking forward to it. Read Across America, it's coming up. I've already gotten a few invitations. Hit me up. If that's a lot to look at 23, 24 different schools and try to figure out everybody's schedule and who's what. So invitations are always welcome. I joined, the PTAs I joined, Juarez, Gower, Lincoln, Henry, and Gwynn. And I think last, I'll just mention the Anaheim Public Library Foundation is having their 25th annual Mystery Authors Luncheon this year and silent auction. It's really good. It's at the Sheraton Park Hotel, the Anaheim Resort. The theme is Sinister Shenanigans, and the authors are Wendell Thomas, Paige Shelton, and Mike Beffler, I think. I don't know how to say that. Beffler. So anybody that's interested, you got to be getting your tickets by April 10th, and I believe it is April 24th is the actual mystery luncheon. So you can, you can contact the library, you can contact Jenny Gardner, you can contact me, any of us if you're interested, and we can kind of point you in the right direction. And with that, I just wanted to say thank you for listening and appreciate it. Have a good rest of the week and weekend.
Thank you, Board Clerk Philbeck. I got tongue twisted. Okay. My report's really short. On the 16th, I was able to visit Lincoln Elementary in the morning for a short while, more like 10, 15 minutes before I went to work. So I got to meet the team that came to assess the site for the Seal of Excellence Award. Obviously super proud of Lincoln. Lincoln has a special place in my heart and the minds of my family. The inaugural class is my son, was part of my son's class. So they're now currently in 8th grade and thriving in the dual language program. So testament to the work of the teachers there at Lincoln. This recognition belongs to teachers there past and present. There are some teachers that moved on to different sites, even moved out of state. So, but this is the kind of like the result of the hard work and dedication of a lot of educators, a lot of hard work from the district advocating and getting families plugged in. So everything that's been going on in that school is super appreciated and kind of exciting to kind of see another site get this award. Again, a testament to the hard work and diligence that we have here in Anaheim Elementary with regards to our dual language programming and the exemplary kind of system that we demonstrate statewide. Everyone looks to us, so it's really obvious to get it's really obvious that everyone's looking at us. So thank you for all your hard work, everybody, and thank you to the panel that showed up that day.
An award during CABE?
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll be in the award ceremony. Yeah. So cool. Yeah, so that concludes my report. I'm just super proud of moving forward and all the things that are coming up. The news report today was inspiring and kind of uplifting today as well, so I'm really kind of excited about what's to come. All right, let's move on to future agenda items. Are there any future agenda items? No, hearing none. Let's move on to adjournment. I adjourn this meeting at 9:20. Thank you so much, everybody.